그래서 방글라데시래.
Yeah.
방글라데시.
Bangladesh.
From Chittagong area.
Chittagong. At first, Holiness Dalai Lama, on behalf of Bangladesh, and Great Master Atisha, born place in Bangladesh. All of you, congratulations on behalf of Bangladesh. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang sharanang gacchami, dhammang sharanang gacchami, sanghang sharanang gacchami, dutiyampi buddhang sharanang gacchami, dutiyampi dhammang sharanang gacchami, dutiyampi sanghang sharanang gacchami, tatiyampi buddhang sharanang gacchami, tatiyampi dhammang sharanang gacchami, tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Bahong sasamabini mito sayudantang giri mekala yudita gorasa se namarang danadi dhamma vidina jitova munindo tante jasa babatu te jaya mangalani. Maratire kamabiyojita sabarating goram panalabhakama kamadantayakang kamti sudanta vidina jitova munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Nalagiring gajabarang atimata bhutang davaggisakamasani vasudarunantang metambuse kavidina jitava munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Yuketa gamatiyo tasudarunantang davantiyo janapadang gulimalabantang ide bisangkatamano jitava munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Katana kata mudarang ibaga biniya cincaya dutta vasanang janakaya majje santena soma vidina jitava munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Sacang bihaya mati sacakavadoketang bada viropita manang atiyanda bhutang panya padi pajalito jitava munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Nando pananda bujagang vibodang mohidding pote na tera bujage nadama payanto iddo padesa vidina jitova munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Dugaha ditti bhujage na sudatayatang brahmang vishuddhi jyoti me divaka vidanang yana gadena vidina jitava munindo tante jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. Etapi buddha jaya mangalaya tagat
Matan Yobasuko Dine Dine Sharate Matandi
Itana
Neka Bibida Nisubadavani Mokang Sukang Adigamayo Narayo Sapayo
Bhavatu
Sabba Mangalam Rakanto Sabba Devata
Sabba
Buddhanubhavina Sadashati Bhavantu Te
Bhavatu
Sabba Mangalam Rakanto Sabba Devata
Sabba
Dhammanubhavina Sadashati Bhavantu Te
Bhavatu
Sabba Mangalam Rakanto Sabba Devata
Sabba Sanganubhavena Sadashati Bhavantu Te Sadhu 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 Sabbe Shatta Shukita Hontu, all beings be happy.
Thank you. Oh.
From Bangladesh temple in Bodh Gaya. Bangladesh temple Bodh Gaya.
I think generally Bangladesh, former East Pakistan, and eventually become independence, but generally see, they consider Muslim country, but within Bangladesh, in hilly area, some Buddhists there, so they come from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciation or Atisha relics in my temple in Dhaka, Kamarajika Monastery. Atisha
Right,
relics.
right.
Relics, Atisha relics.
Oh, right. Thank you. Atisha Tibetan, pususama bangalai, churisama saharkebiri, churusama shizuchumuji, mamen zebeshalo soande sundeagi, ada pususama bangala sadi, the West Bengal, the East Bengal che, and the choji chungandi Bangladesh nantoga, and the Kranji de Tagaji Yosudanda. Da? Russian, no? So those Buddhists within Russian Federation, so the language came by. Yeah, came by. What language? Russian, okay.
Таковости пространства, объекту практики, различающей, самопознающей мудрости, матери Джай трех времен поклоняюсь. Такую речь я слышал. Однажды Бхагаван пребывал в Раджагрихе на горе Гридхакута вместе с великой общиной монахов и великой общиной бодхисаттв. В то время Бхагаван погрузился в самадхи перечня дарм, именуемое глубинное сияние. И в то же время бодхисаттва Махасаттва Арья Авалокитешвара, исследуя практику глубинной праджни-парамиты, узрел и 5 сканг самосущностно пустыми. Тогда силой Будды, достопочтенный Шарипутра, обратился к бодхисаттве Махасаттве Арья Авалокитешваре с таким вопросом: как должны изучать те благородные сыновья, которые желают практиковать практику глубинной праджняпарамиты. Так он вопрошал. И бодхисаттва Махасаттва Арья Авалокитешвара ответил достопочтенному сыну Шарадвати такими словами. Шарипутра, те благородные сыновья или благородные дочери, которые желают практиковать практику глубинной праджняпарамиты, должны исследовать таким образом также и эти 5 скандх, следовательно, видеть их самосущностно пустыми. Форма – пустота, пустота – форма. Пустотность не отлична от формы, а форма не отлична от пустотности. Ты – чувство, понятие и созидатель, и сознание. Шарипутра, таким образом все дharмы пусты, не имеют характеристик, не рождены, не прекращаемы, не загрязнены, не очищены, не ущербны и не полны. Шарипутра, поэтому в пустотности нет формы, нет чувства, нет понятия, нет созидателей, нет сознания, нет глаза, нет уха, нет носа, нет языка, нет тела, нет ума, нет видимой формы, нет звука, нет запаха, нет вкуса, нет осязаемого, нет дарм. Нет, начиная с элемента глаза до элемента ума, и нет также до элемента сознания ума. Нет неведения, нет исчезновения неведения и далее до того, что нет также старости смерти, и нет исчезновения старости смерти. Также нет страдания, источника, пресечения, пути, нет мудрости, нет обретения и нет необретения. Поэтому, Шарипутра, так как у бодхисаттва они опираются и пребывают в этой глубинной праджняпарамите без загрязнений и страха в душе, полностью уйдя от превратности, достигают края ухода от скорби. И все Будды, пребывающие в 3 временах, истинно совершенно пробуждались в несравненном, подлинно совершенном бодхи, опираясь на праджняпарамиту. А поэтому мантра праджняпарамиты, мантра великого ведения, наивысшая мантра, непревзойденная мантра, мантра, полностью умиротворяющая страдания, не ложно. Знай же, что истина. Мантра праджняпарамиты произносится. Таэта, Ом Гаты Гаты, Парагаты, Парасамгаты Боди Соха. Затем Махасаттвы изучает глубинную праджняпарамиту. Затем Бхагаван, выйдя из того самадхи, выразил одобрение бодхисаттве Махасаттве. Арья Авалокитешваре сказал: прекрасно, прекрасно, благородный сын. Это именно так, это именно так. Как тобою показано, так и практикуют глубинную праджняпарамиту, и тадхагаты возрадуются. Когда изрек Бхагаван такую речь, то достопочтенный Шарипутра, бодхисаттва Махасаттва Арья Авалокитешвара, то исполненное всех достоинств окружения, а также боги, люди, асуры, гандхарвы, все вместе возликовали и воздали хвалу проповеди Бхагавана. Закончена Махаянская сутра, называемая сердце Бхагавати Праджняпарамиты.
Thank you. Почему хватает? Study. Breath. You from?
You from Kalmykia?
Kalmykia?
Yeah.
Right. Rangane? Twa. You from?
Петербург.
St. Petersburg.
Кальмикия.
Kalmykia. Oh, yeah. Rangane? Twa. Yeah. Thank you. Canada, Russia. Which part? Oh, Moscow area. Kalmykia. Now Heart Sutra in English. Quite new now, quite new.
Thus I have heard
At one time, the Lord was sitting on Vulture's Peak near the city of Rajgir. He was accompanied by a large community of monks as well as a large community of bodhisattvas. On that occasion, the Blessed One was absorbed in a particular concentration called the profound appearance. Meanwhile, the bodhisattva, the great being, the noble Atisha, contemplating the profound discipline and perfection of wisdom, he came to see that the five aggregates were empty of any inherent nature of their own. Through the power of the Venerable Shariputra approached the noble Avalokiteshvara and asked him, how should a son of the noble lineage proceed when he wants to train the profound discipline of the perfection of wisdom? The noble Avalokiteshvara replied to the Venerable Shariputra, whatever son or daughter of the noble lineage wants to train in the profound discipline of the perfection of wisdom should consider things in the following way. First, he or she should clearly and thoroughly comprehend the five aggregates are empty of their own inherent nature. Form is empty, emptiness is form, emptiness is not other than form, form is not other than emptiness. Similarly, feeling, discernment, compositional factors, and consciousness is empty. Likewise, Shariputra, are all phenomena empty. They have no defining characteristics. They are unproduced. They do not cease. They are undefiled, and yet not separate from defilement. They do not decrease, yet they do not increase. This being the case, Shariputra, in terms of emptiness, there exists no forms, no feelings, no discernments, no formative elements, no consciousness, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no bodies, no minds, no visual form, no sounds, no smells, no taste, no tactile sensations, and no mental objects. There exists no visual elements, no mental elements, and no elements of mental consciousness. There exists no ignorance and no exhaustion of ignorance, no aging and death, and no exhaustion of aging and death. In the same way, there exists no suffering, no origin of suffering, no cessation, no path, no wisdom, no attainment, and no lack of attainment. Therefore, Shariputra, since bodhisattvas have no attainment, they depend upon and dwell in the perfection of wisdom. Their minds are unobstructed and unafraid. They transcend all error and finally reach the endpoint nirvana. All the Buddhas of the past, present, and future have depended, do, and will depend on the perfection of wisdom. Thereby they became, are becoming, and will become unsurpassably, perfectly awakened Buddhas. Therefore, the mantra of the perfection of wisdom is a mantra of great knowledge. It is unsurpassable mantra. It is a mantra that is incomparable to the incomparable. It is a mantra that totally pacifies all suffering. It will not deceive you, and therefore know it to be true. I proclaim the mantra of the perfection of wisdom. Tayata gate gate pada samgate bodhisoha. Shariputra, it is in this way that the great bodhisattvas train themselves in the profound perfection of wisdom. At that moment, the Lord arose from his concentration and said to noble Avalokiteshvara, well said, well said. That is just how it is, my son, just how it is. The profound perfection of wisdom should be practiced exactly as you have explained it. Then the ones gone thus will be delighted. When the Lord had spoken these words, the Venerable Shariputra and the Bodhisattva, the great being, noble Avalokiteshvara, and the entire gathering of gods, humans, asuras, Gandharvas, overjoyed, and they praised what the Lord had said.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tukchiche. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tukchiche. Thank you.
Inexpressible and inconceivable perfection of mysteries, prostration to this wisdom, which is the source of all the paths let by all the Buddhas of three Buddhas. This is the mantra of perfection of wisdom sutra. I prostrate to the mother of Buddhas and of heroes and bodhisattvas. who through the knowledge of all leads. Hero is seeking pacification to complete peace, who through knowledge of paths causes those helping migrators to achieve the aims of the world, and through possession of which the subduers set forth the varieties having all aspects. I prostrate with perfect Buddha, the best of teachers, who taught that whatever is dependently arising is unceasing, unborn, not annihilated, impermanent, not coming, not going, without distinction, without identity, and free from conceptual thoughts. The first one is from Abhisamaya Alankara by Mitra, and the second one by Aryana Garjuna in Mula Madhyamika Karika. To Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha until enlightenment I take refuge, and by the power of the generosities and so forth may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. To Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha I take refuge in you until I attain enlightenment by the power of the merits, by the power of accumulations like generosity and so forth may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. To Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha until enlightenment I take refuge in you by the power of the accumulations like generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. As have we repeated 3 times? Someone is asking. Proclamation, making this pledge that he is going to speak and give this teaching, and giving permission to the celestials, like non-humans, god, goddesses, spirits, all to come forward, and they are given this permission to listen to the teaching. So this recitation is found in one of the sutras, where the Lama gives consent to the celestial being to stay their own state and listen to the teaching. So in the languages of God and goddesses and spirits, and whatever language are there in this world, I will speak in those languages to benefit all sentient beings. To Buddha Shakyamuni, who taught out of utmost compassion for all, the Tibetan origination, to you I prostrate in veneration. So, the Buddha Shakyamuni, after he has come in this world and turned on the wheel of Dharma, it is almost now more than 2,600 years, but there are different interpretations of the years of from years of his appearance in this world. But this is a news for you, maybe, perhaps a new in one of the reserves in Afghanistan, they found that from the ground they found a Buddhist monastery or temple. They also found an image of Aryatara. And when they check, when they try to find out the age of that statue, they say it must have been more than 2,600 years older. So the researchers found this, and according to that, it seemed to go along with some of the Tibetan masters claim that, like Sakyapandita, they claim that it has been more than 3,000 years old that Buddha Shakyamuni has actually come in this world to teach. But basically, according to Theravada, we believe that it's more than now 2,600. But some Tibetan masters, scholars, claim it has been 3,000 years. So, according to this, the newly found statue, it seemed to give some it seemed to go along with the Tibetan master's claim. So whatever the case, Bodhisattva Muni it's definitely sure that he must have been here more than 2,500 or 600 years ago. Now we're in 21st century. And in this 21st century, along with external material facilities, at a time with a lot of external disturbances, still it is great that people have a lot of interest, and the growing number of interests in Buddhism is really fascinating. It's really great. So as for the traditional Buddhism, there is one tradition, and there are several traditions of which Pali is one, like Sri Lanka, Burma, all these have the tradition of Pali. In China and many other countries follow the tradition of Sanskrit. And as for Tibet, since the master Shandarakshita and Patam Samkava and Tibetan Tinkisondism came together, from then onwards they started putting the foundation for Buddha Dhamma in Tibet. And Shandarakshita took the main role of continuing the Vinaya lineage and monastic study program. And he himself took a great step forward in bringing Buddhism in Tibet. Some historians say that even though Shandarakshita, when he came to Tibet, he was quite old, he learned the Tibetan language, and he was really enthusiastic about learning the Tibetan language. Whatever, he gave us this advice that it's important for the Tibetans to translate the Sanskrit text and Pali text from India directly into Tibetan, so that in future the Tibetans could conduct the study and practice of Dhamma in the Tibetan language entirely. So Shandarakshita was one of the top scholars of Nalanda University then. Of the different scholars, he himself, as we have discussed earlier, pioneered the school of the upper class of Savatantrikata Madhyamika. And he himself founded a new kind of philosophical thought. And among the scholars, he is a different scholar. And because of the great merit of the Tibetans, or great karma of the Tibetans, we were able to have in Shandarakshita invited by the Tizendusen to Tibet, and where he taught extensively. And through the miraculous power of Padmasambhava, he pacified all the demonic forces, or forces in the forces from the local spirit for the smooth flourishing of Buddhism in Tibet. And basically, all the masters who brought Buddhism in Tibet were great Vinaya holders. And externally, we have a saying that externally it should be the practice of Vinaya that is important. Internally, it is the practice of Bodhichitta, and secretly it should be the practice of Tantra, and that we should carry on with us. And this has been the practice of Arya Nagarjuna and a lot of Indian masters. And from then onwards, Tibetans have adopted all this tradition within. And the main emphasis is placed on the tradition of Sanskrit, which carries fully the tradition of Tantrayana and Mahayana. After Buddha's passing away in India, there were different stages of evolution of Buddha Dhamma in India, and in our Tibetan texts, we have what we call as Nyopa or Kajishiramawa. So actually, those belongs to the place called Takshashila. So Nyopa are like from those in Makata, and then later they came the Nalanda University, which for centuries was the most important core university preserving the tradition of Buddha Dhamma in India. So in that, beginning from Ayya and Nagarjuna for centuries, there have been so many great scholars and adepts. And instructions of those great masters, like the 6 way of reasoning by Ayya and Nagarjuna, all are translated in Tibetan. And we have the tradition of studying the text of the Nalanda scholars in Tibet. From the beginning of their monastic studies, the monks, for example, even though I'm lazy, and I was quite lazy when I was small, I was actually more interested in playing than studying, but still I have memorized all the root texts like the Ornament of Clear-Light Realization by Maitreya and Madhyamika Avatakarika or supplement military text by Chandrakirti into text. And then also we get the word-by-word commentary on the Tibetan master's commentary to the Indian master's root text. So all of the Tibetan major commentaries have 3 kinds of chapters within the contents, establishing, refuting others' view, establishing one's view, and then again defending one's view. So first you challenge others' view, and then establish your own view, and then finally you raise doubts as what could be misinterpreted, and then further clarification by establishing soundly your own view. So these 3 kinds of ways of 3 kinds of contents are actually that kind of system in Tibetan commentaries. And as far as the quality of Buddha Dhamma or the study of Buddha Dhamma is concerned, it's quite sure that the quality of study in our Tibetan tradition is the most profound, the most extensive one. I have, after coming in exile, met a lot of people from different countries, especially from different Buddhist countries, and was able to have interaction with scholars of different fields of study, especially. I have met with religious figures or scholars of most of the major religious traditions of this world. And as far as Buddhism is concerned, we have contact with all people from all the religious Buddhist religious countries. And we have also met with academics, or scholars worth respecting, worth appreciating. And it's definite that we should really appreciate knowledges of all the great scholars or learned people in this world. But as we look at our own tradition, it seems that we have the complete form of study from the beginning up to the pinnacle. And as we have studied extensively and through extensive practice, if we could bring all the things, all these contents in this, like I like Tsongkhapa says that when by taking into account as your textbook the great writings of Indian masters like the six ornaments and two supreme, we should not be contented with just a portion of the text, but we should have extensive understanding and profound understanding of the text. And therefore, Tsongkhapa suggests that we should continue in this way. We had a lot of great scholars like and all of them also wrote extensively. Of them, the door to valid cognition by Sakya Pandita is who is considered to be one of the Manjusharis of Tibet. Of the three Manjushari, Sakya Pandita is considered one. Even now, his own writings on Buddhist epistemology or or commentary of Pranavatika or the door to valid cognition, these are being studied even now. And the Chawachuk Singha and his disciples, they have really placed special emphasis on the art of Buddhist monastic debate. So through the art of this debate, if you study, it seems that the knowledge seems to be really precise. Sorry, the threshold of valid cognition is what Sakya Pandita wrote. And as for the study of Pramana or valid reasoning in China, they seem to have only one translation, the door to valid cognition by Diknak. Other than they don't have. Well, Tibetans, when they study, we are not just satisfied with one text, but we compare a lot of texts together, beginning from the top to the end, and compare with other texts so that we can have a comprehensive understanding of all the different varieties of the teaching and then encapsulate them in gist when it comes to one's understanding. So Shantarakshita, being one of the top scholars of Nalanda, his system of studies in Tibet has been adopted in Tibet. And because of that, I always consider the Tibetan tradition to be the pure tradition of Nalanda. And this is actually not just a claim, but a reality. Then also, we have great scholars from Kagyu sect. Most of them, among them, Kamimba Mijudoji, one of the reincarnations of Kamabai, has composed a lot of texts, classical texts. So, of all the great scholars from all the great four sects have composed classical texts in their own tradition. When you compare the writings of the Tibetan masters, and when it comes to quantity, no country can ever boast. I'm not sure whether there are as number of scholars writing classical texts as we have in Tibetan. And later Kamalashila was invited again. Then in the 10th century or so, Atisha was invited. He is supposed to be born in Bangladesh. So Dibamkara Adisha, he was invited from Bengal to Tibet. At that time, Tibet was divided into small kingdoms, many small kingdoms, and one of the descendants of the Tibetan religious kings was in the central Tibet, near so, and then Lama Yeshuen and his nephew Changju, upon Yeshua's inspiration, completed by Changju, Atisha was finally invited to Tibet, and he taught extensively in Tibet. Perhaps if you look at it, looks like I'm not sure, but it seems like Vasubandhi has some connection with Takshashila. Whatever the case, it's very clear that the tradition of Tibetan Buddhism is from Nalanda, and looks like Atisha also seemed to have spent some time in Nalanda. Whatever, he studied also taught at. The texts he taught and that he studied were those of the texts of Nalanda scholars. Atisha himself taught those texts and studied them. So, from the perspective of Buddhist tradition, it seems that among the Buddhist traditions, it seems that Tibetan tradition we have seemed to be the most elaborate and extensive and profound one. Not only do we engage in the practice of teaching and study, but there is a lot of practice of meditation in our own tradition, like Vasubandha, that the preservation of Buddha Padma can only happen through contemplation, study, and then through practice. So this being the case, until now, we have preserved them. And if you look at it, at the present situation, it seems that Buddhism, when you compare it with, then it seems like it is most profound, more sophisticated, and most elaborated, comprehensive. So I usually say that this Buddhist tradition of Buddhism in Tibet is like a universal treasure of the world. That doesn't mean that all people in this world should be Buddhists, but the tradition of Buddhism in our society, in our Tibetan society, is like one of the most important thing when it comes to the academic field of study in this world. So we have for thousands of years the tradition of Buddhism being preserved, not only in Tibet but also in the Himalayan ranges who are close to Tibet, and also among the Chinese who have come here, and many people from different countries, like more than 60 countries. All of you are interested in this tradition of Buddha Dhamma that came in Tibet. They came from Nalanda University, and which is also the pure tradition of Nalanda University. So most important thing is to study them. Not only study is sufficient, but mere intellectual understanding where you can also speak a lot on Dhamma, but without much engagement in practice, there is a danger of falling into that extreme. So Buddha himself said that strenuous practice should be preceded by understanding, and so that you can be relieved from samsara. And Tsongkhapa himself said in Lamri text that it's very important for one to understand, but also important to practice whatever one has understood properly, and to understand this as one of the essential point. So we have Kagyu, Satya, Chonang, and Nyingmo, or Gilsaks, and different. So in short, to attend a great extensive tradition of study or the great practice of the tradition of study, we have them all in our society in entirety, and it prepares all the four sects. And also we have, when it comes to Nyingma traditions, we also have different kinds of studies with regards to the 8 kinds of tantras. And again, we have the 3 kinds of tantra short lineage or the lengthy lineage or the other I've missed. And when it comes to new tradition of Tantra, actually we have the tradition of Kadam Shungbawa, which means relying extensively on the great traditions, like studying the compendium or of trainings. And so we have the 6 texts of Kandaba masters being studied by the Kadam traditions. So Kadamba has also 3 divisions. And when it comes to Kagyu lineage, starting from Naropa, we have Marpa Lotsawa, his son, who was like the halt of the victory banner of practice, respected by all the practitioners in Tibet. We have Milarpa, and from him we have the lineage of Tabulache and so forth. So in short, all these can be traced to Naropa, and Naropa is language known as great Pandit or great scholar. So he was a great scholar of Nalanda University. And then when it comes to Padmasambhava, he himself also had very great link with Chandarakshita. And at his time, Chandarakshita taught extensively. And then when it comes to Satyabha, starting from the great Adept Birvava and then the great Satyanimbas, the 5 great lineages, all the lineages of Ngor and so forth have established with the primary practice of the He Vajra Tantra. They have continued the practice of Lamde or path and result. Then comes the Gelug sects. Tsongkhapa himself did not meet the Indian masters directly, but the lineages in Tibet, if you trace them all, like Nyingma or Kagyu or Satya, they have the instructions they have are all heard by Tsongkhapa through his enormous study and contemplation, with the primary emphasis on Guhasamach Tantra. We have we have the practice of the 3 deities, Vajrabhairava and Hiruka, and when it comes to the 5 stages, all are traced up to Marpa Lotsawa. When it comes to the commentary of the text, Satyabha and Gelug sects seem to have more emphasis, and nowadays it seems that in the later part of this century, it seems that when it comes to the quality of the study, the Gelugpas seem to be the best, and still all of the great sects of Tibetan Buddhism and all those studying under these sects, all of you should place a lot of emphasis on study. In the past, we placed a lot of emphasis on rituals and neglected the study. There is one phrase in Shantideva's text that we should not be acquainted with Tantra. So that may mean that we should not be inclined towards rituals while neglecting the actual study of the meaning of these results. So should you not understand the meanings of those texts and then carry on with the rituals, then it's almost like you are being obscured by the sutras and tantras. So that also may mean, it may be one of the meanings of Shantideva's phrase. In the past, our great monasteries seem to have emphasized a lot on rituals, but now we have changed the trend. And nowadays, most of the monasteries in exile have established the monastic system of education. Not just that, also in the nunneries, I have requested them that they should study through debate. And nowadays we are around at the stage when we could produce geshimas. For the past 30 or 40 years, we have struggled hard to bring that kind of trend. And that kind of trend is has now spread to all monasteries. And now in the nunneries, we have the study program as same as that we have in the great monastic monasteries. So this is some kind of contribution that we have for the restoration or preservation of Buddha Dhamma. As far as the lineage of Bhikshuni is concerned, this has to conform with the Vinaya tradition, and I cannot decide by myself. I'm just an individual, and it should be decided through Vinaya, by the Sangha. So when I told them that there could be a possibility of Geshima, some was quite skeptical, but I emphasized that it is okay if they are learned enough. It's still good to have Geshimas. So we have in South India, like in Nyingma tradition, we have the monastery of Penno Rinpoche, which emphasizes a lot on monastic education, and Kamma Rinpoche is also taking a great role in promoting religious study, academic study. So any kind of monastic institute, I have been asking that it's very important for you to give importance to monastic study through debate. And in the meantime, I also have heard that there is a great interest arising among the monasteries or nunneries in Tibet, where they gather together and then we debate together and share things together. And this is really appreciable. I comment upon your own interest. And then there are monasteries who have no role or no program of monastic study through debate, but have adopted nowadays, and that is really great. At the same time, we have also the Chinese Dhamma friends. So all of you, I want to tell you that it's important for you to know the meaning of the text, without which how can you practice? And then to hear the teaching is you have to hear it in entirety. Otherwise, your practice could be restricted. So it's important to have a broader, comprehensive understanding through rigorous study. So when you go back to Tibet, those of you from Tibet, when you get back to Tibet, please give this message to the people in Tibet that it's important for you to study. Not only the monastics should study, but also the lay people. You also should study. It's not confined to the monastics. In the past, it seems that when it comes to the study of scriptures, it's only the role of the monasteries, and within them even it seemed that it was considered the role of the monks of the great seeds, and then the rest seem to take it for granted that they don't have to give heed or importance to that study. That is a drawback. That was a drawback. Nowadays, if there may be a case that the monk, it may happen that the monks engage in rituals and then when it happens that while the monks engage in rituals and the lay people studies the treatises, it's somehow a little bit incomplete. So when you pray for the spread of Buddha Shakyamuni teaching, first you have to make it flourish within yourself. And you have to take the role by yourself. Now what you should do in these cases, as I've told you earlier, there are two kinds of teachings of Buddha, scriptural and realizational teachings. So as for the scriptural teachings, you have to study them, and then for realizational teaching to happen in you, you have to practice it. So as your own academic study improves and as your mental, intellectual capacity increases, then that's what we call as Buddha Dharma being spreading. So without taking into account a mental continuum of a person, you cannot speak of the spreading of Buddha Dharma with regards to the in relation to the construction of big images of big monasteries. Of course, I really appreciate construction of big images, but those big images do not speak. And once Buddha Shakyamuni has given his teachings after his attainment and enlightenment, and those are translated in Tibetan, which we call as Gankyu. So we need to study them. The Buddha Shakyamuni has passed, and the statues or the images of Buddhas won't speak to you. So now it's important to study the instructions of Tibet, instructions of his teachings, those his own teachings and the commentaries, all adding up to more than 300 volumes. Now these we should consider as our textbook and study them. So this is one thing I really want to remind you. So that's all. Now the text. His Holiness wants the fan on. "37 Practice of Bodhisattva." We were at verse number 9, practice of beings of mirror scope. Happiness in the true realms, like a dew on a blaze of grass, is subject to instantaneous fading away. To strive for the supreme state of liberation that never wavers is a practice of a bodhisattva. So the practice of being of middle scope is attainment of liberation. For that, one need to practice the 3 trainings, and for that, one has to train in the superior insight, transcending the ordinary world. And then the Lamrim stages, or stages of path, according to the greatest scope is, from this beginning time, your mother has cherished you. If they now suffer, what good is in your happiness? Therefore, in order to liberate limitless numbers of sentient beings, cultivating Bodhichitta is the practice of a bodhisattva. So, it speaks of the path that actually directly takes you to to Buddhahood. Basically, all the different varieties of kinds of Buddha's teachings are inclines or directed towards the attainment of complete enlightenment, but specifically Mahayana is the actual path that you have to go. We have when we make a distinction between these two yanas or the paths, we speak of Hinayana, the lower path, and Mahayana, the greater path. And with this kind of terminology, we seem to be confused, and then because of that, there is very little interaction among ourselves. And this is due to lack of knowledge. And those practicing the Pali tradition, actually they are preserving the very foundation of Buddha. Somebody who claims to be a Mahayana practitioner, if you consider the practitioner of Hinayana inferior, that is completely wrong. The tradition of Pali or Theravada is like the consolidated ground floor, without which you cannot really build a sound first floor. So you cannot build up levels without the sound foundation. So this Hinayana practice, which consists of 37 auxiliary paths to enlightenment and so forth, with regard to all these common practices, they are universal. These are common. So when it comes to the common ground, foundation of Buddha, all are same. But among the Hinayanas, when they say that Mahayana is not Buddha's original teaching, or that the Tantrayana in Mahayana is actually derived from non-Buddhist Hindu tradition, that's only a mistake from their own part. You should really investigate and do researches. And without research, investigation, just by following words or rumors, and by being biased, if you have this kind of attitudes, that's completely wrong. Again, within our sects in our Tibetan Buddhism, if you hold on a view and then keep some kind of distance from others, that's also wrong. If you try to look at the root from where we have originated, then like the 10 great treatises, all of us study them. So from that perspective, it's important to study the greater treatises. And then you will know that we have actually come from the same trunk or the same root. Otherwise, if you just are confused, or if you just are engaged in your own small kind of text, then it will be very limited. Your understanding will be limited. Whatever kind of ritual it may be, in all of our rituals, there's Sabhavashuddha, which means from the state of emptiness. So wherever there's kind of a ritual like that, this kind of ritual is found, the words are found in all the texts. So for that, to understand that may all dissolve in state of emptiness, you should know what emptiness is all about. So therefore, it's very important for us not to forget the roots. And then when you understand that we actually emerged from the same root, then we can have mutual better understanding and mutual respect. In the past, there were great masters whose practice was non-sectarian, like the Jama Khenzo Wangpo in the 19th century, and also in our own century, like 20th century, Dukha Khenzo Rinpoche. Those are great scholars and practitioners, non-sectarian practitioners. So, like them, there are in Gelug and Sakya many practitioners of non-sectarian sectarianism. But again, there may be some people for following their own particular lineage. Nowadays, it's very important to have a comprehensive understanding. Yes, because we are not secluded in an isolated place. Now we are actually open to the world. Because of that situation, we have to think and extend our horizon. In the past, we were actually engaged in our own small villages. For example, Gandhipura. It was actually, it has to do more with the people of Lhasa. Gandhipura was not able to extend properly to all parts. And because of the lack of the knowledge of the progress in the different parts of the world. And by following our own tradition in that seclusion, and then by following all traditions, and if there is a slight change, you are again threatened. And because of that, by rejecting a new kind of invention or new change, we just continue to abide in the old tradition. If there is no new change, how can we be enlightened? So in the past, we have been under the influence of delusions. If there is no new change to happen, how can we get rid of self-grasping? So from the religious perspective, from the state of ordinariness to go to the enlightenment, with that kind of aim, we are practicing. So when it comes to any kind of activity, we need to progress, and simply maintaining the routine, this will be really dangerous. For this might also have impact on yourself, on oneself. So I have discussed this earlier a little bit, now, like vegetarianism. When it comes to vegetarianism in a monastery, in a community, if you abide by it, it's very good. If all of Tibet should become like that, it's unrealistic. If we say the whole of the world should become vegetarian, it's unrealistic. Therefore, nomads should practice their own all customs. So it's better to have a comprehensive, holistic approach and then go in line with the trend of the world. So this is something I want to share. This is actually an extra edition, but still I would tell. And mutual understanding among the different religious sects in Tibet, in our Tibetan tradition, will really help you. It will really enhance your own practice. Through my own experience, I can say that when we speak of the preliminary 40 words in Guha Samaj, for this to understand about pristine clear light, or primordial clear light, for a better understanding of that, we can actually get some help from the Dzogchen tradition, like that naked awareness and so forth. And when it comes to the awareness, like the foundational awareness and so forth, we can also derive from other traditions. And if you have a holistic, comprehensive, broader understanding of all these traditions, it will actually enhance your understanding in your own context. So this is something I would really want to share. And same applies to the people in Tibet. Nowadays, you should try to expand yourself and open yourself. So this is an extra thing that I thought worth mentioning. Since we are speaking of enlightenment, or even when we are speaking of attaining liberation, we should have an aspiration preceding the actual attainment of the liberation and enlightenment. And then with this aspiration, we need to have the wisdom. So for that wisdom to happen, one will not cultivate the wisdom unless one does not have an aspiration for the wisdom and then the result. So bodhicitta is a mind aspiring for enlightenment, and it is complemented, or it consists, it's associated with two aspirations. And what are the two aspirations? Aspiration seeking for the welfare of others, aspiration for the enlightenment, aspiration for achieving others' welfare. So this stanza beings from limitless time have been generous to us. It speaks of so from the beginning time your mother has have cherished you. This speaks of the Mayan approach of Bodhichitta. So if you aspire for liberation, and once you attain liberation, that state of liberation can only be attained through an aspiration for that kind of final relief from all the dissatisfactory natures. So Bodhichitta means just as yourself, just as you wish for the liberation of your own sufferings, all sentient beings also are in the same nature of suffering. And just as one has the quality to attain liberation, so do the others have to eliminate all their negativities or sufferings. And then the real obscuration obstructing one's development of omniscience is what we call as knowledge obscuration. And we all have this tendency or potential to eliminate or generate the path to enlightenment. So basically, the seed for the elimination of the latencies is there within us. The difference is, if we take ourselves into account, it's just one. And when you say others, it's innumerable. For example, in a business, we say we destroy 100 and build 1,000. So in that phrase means that in order to get 1,000, you just give away 100. And that's what we actually try to do by giving up 100 rupees for 1,000 rupees that will come later. So with this aspiration for 1,000 rupees that can return later, if you give up 100, actually that's wise. The more we think of the welfares of others, your own welfares will be achieved as a byproduct, will naturally be achieved, even if you don't intend for that. So if you work for the temporary as well as ultimate benefit or well-being of the sentient beings, I think it's worth it. It's a really precious approach. So this verse, from the beginning time, your mothers have cherished you. And if you look at the limitless numbers as limitless as a space, and by neglecting all of their well-beings, and if you just think of yourself, that's really so poor of you. And if you're selfish, and if your master sentient beings suffer, what is there to be so proud of your own selfish happiness? In this world, the more one has altruistic altitude towards others, the more the successful the person seems to be. In short, in Maitreya spirit says, it is one relieves you of all the lower births, and it takes you to the higher births, and it takes you to the paths beyond the world. So Bodhichitta is the one which really is beneficial. So if you have a generous attitude towards others, a compassionate attitude or not, based on that object to which your compassion is directed, you will never harm the others. You will never feel like harming others. Like abstaining because you will have sin. With this perspective in mind, with this attitude in mind, and uncompassionate attitude in mind, even though your restraint from killing are different, because of the motivation where one way you take into account your own sin, and where on the other side there is a compassion. If you look at these two, even though you are doing the same thing, because of motivation, these are two different. When you think of the sins that you might acquire because of negativity, there is some kind of selfish attitude associated with that. So instead of trying to do like thousands of things for your own selfish endeavor, if you develop a small portion of compassion, that will actually be more pervasive, more comprehensive. So of course, you do not aim for relief for yourself from the lower realms and birth in the higher realms. But as a result of the Bodhichitta, even if you don't intend for your own selfish reason, this result will come upon you naturally. So the state beyond death and aging, so it can have liberation can also mean one thing, but if you take it another, enlightenment can also mean the state beyond death and sorrow, or death and aging. So Lama Tsongkhapa says in Lamrim Treaty says that even though when you intend for benefiting others, your own personal welfare will be achieved naturally. And Karma masters say that you should try to cultivate this great bodhicitta, or leave aside the genuine bodhicitta, even if it's a contrived, artificial form of bodhicitta. It will actually pacify or eliminate your own negativities, and it will bring into fruition the accumulations. And there is no better for your health than bodhicitta. For your longevity, there is nothing better than bodhicitta. And for relieving negativities, there is nothing better than bodhicitta. The reason is, when you have a compassionate attitude of bodhicitta, so long as it is there, your mind is always free of fear. The more compassionate you are more at peace. While the adverse, the more selfish you are, the more artificial you seem, and the more fake you may appear. And then, of course, it may, because of that, your own actions might be distorted. But sincerely, with a compassionate attitude, without wishing for yourself, you just go off and speak freely. That makes a lot of difference. I have some experience when in the beginning, in the 1950s, when I went to China, and when we have a lot of discipline in front of this, and a lot of pretensions when meeting with the Chinese, we were really like it was quite embarrassing kind of situation for us, and Ling Rinpoche also was in sweat. But if you just let things go off, be candid. For example, they could be like more than 200,000 or 300,000. I don't feel anything. The same name. We are same human being. The one who is sitting on this stone and the one who's sitting on the floor. If you look at ourselves, we are mentally, physically same. We all have the distorted emotions and delusions. We equally have the capacity for development of wisdom discernment. We are actually equally same. So there is no real actually expectation from this. You all wish for happiness, and so do I. And none of us want suffering. And we all have the right. And we also have the right to be enlightened. And we also have the same seed of clear light within us. In that respect, we are all same. The difference is, by utilizing this wisdom of discernment, can a final happiness be attainable or not? And if so, what are the methods? So if you consider in this way, it makes a lot of difference. And with genuine kind of a mental attitude, if you just stay loose, then there is no fear. Where if you're selfish, then you are always concerned under like a fear for protecting yourself. So the more you think of others, the more you relax you are. And there is no like clinging of expectations and suspicions. And there is peace. And there is because of that, this physical stability, because of that, this physical health, and that because of that there will be longevity. So with fame, if you work for it, you may not be sure of the result, but just give up yourself and we work sincerely, then naturally you will be liked by people. Kunu Lama Rinpoche says also that if you wish for yourself, you should also engage in practice bodhicitta. If you wish for others' benefit, practice bodhicitta. If you want physical health, practice bodhicitta. If you want longevity, practice bodhicitta. Well, so it means a lot. Up until now, we have been under the influence of self-grasping and self-cherishing, and these two have been disturbing us, staying side by side, helping each other, and they have been disturbing us. So try to decrease that sense of selfishness and expand your love or cherishing for others. And through the practice of wisdom, where you see that self is unpointable, unfindable, and if you practice compassion, then self-grasping will naturally reduce. Up until now, it's not the external factors that are really troubling us. It's the selfish motivation and then self-grasping. These two minds can be counteracted by bodhicitta and wisdom of emptiness. Think of these two minds, and if you practice these two minds, they will really trample the roots of samsara. Therefore, Shantideva says that by writing on the horse of bodhicitta, in transcending from happiness to happiness, that release all the sufferings. Who will not feel happy about it? So long as you have this practice of bodhicitta, and once this bodhicitta finds residence in you, you'll be really happy in this life. Even if at the time of death, you will just think that in future lives also I will accomplish needs of others, just as the four elements and the space which are permanent. May I also be available to all sentient beings as a source of relief for these sufferings, And with this kind of mental attitude, if you try to engage in all this practice in a day, you will naturally be happy, really. Even after time, you don't have to ask for power or transfer of consciousness from another Lama. You practice bodhicitta, and it's definite that through this practice bodhicitta, you'll be born in a better realm. You don't have to ask for others' prayer, or you don't have to offer money for that. I also do that, so I also feel that even when I'm alive, I will practice bodhicitta, and even if I die, I will do the same practice. So in acquainting your mind with this bodhicitta, even in dreams, I can have, if there are some circumstances, I can be mindful of bodhicitta even in my dreams. And we can, through this inference, make out that at the time for intermediate state after death, we can really remember bodhicitta and wisdom of mind. And these two minds will really help us. Therefore, bodhicitta is one that rids of the obstacles, and it's the one that gives the spiritual attainment. So in Lama Chupa or Guru Yoga Tantra, it says, you are the one who is the Lama, you are the deity, you are everything. And from now onwards, please guide me from worldly as well as samsaric as well as the suffering of peace. So the bodhicitta is exactly that kind of Lama. The fact that the Vajra master, the Lama who is the Vajradhara, for him to have all these qualities are because of this compassionate mind of bodhicitta. Ultimately, all come down to this bodhicitta. So Chandrakriya said, all the heroes and the Project Buddhas are born from Buddha, and Buddha is born from bodhicitta, and bodhicitta is born from compassionate attitude. So therefore, bodhicitta the wish to help other sentient beings actually would press. It's something that we can cultivate when we have this precious human form. Well, if you have the non-human form like that of dog or an animal, how can you practice bodhicitta? Therefore, Lama Tsongkhapa says, it's on his insight from that text. Kundaramcha also says that this precious human body found once, there is a great danger of losing it. Now is the time to move towards liberation. Therefore, grasp these words of inspiration in mind. This is the first verse in Kundaramcha's poem of impermanence. So, the compassionate attitude, even if you do not have a particular faith, practice that. It will really benefit you. Another reason is, if you are compassionate, you don't have false expectations. And if you have no false expectations, your mind is really at ease. We call it calm mind. And once your mind is calm, the capability of the wisdom of discernment will be sharper. Whereas your mind, when it's disturbed, you cannot really analyze properly. One of the qualities of human life is that we have this quality of discernment. So when the mind is really calm, and we are devoid of attachment and anger, when mind is preoccupied by the delusions, you cannot really investigate properly. If you stay in your natural state of mind, then even if you are somebody going against religious faith, you will actually have the actual method, a better method to criticize religious faith. But if your mind is disturbed, you will not be able to criticize others properly, and your own criticism will actually bounce back on you. So whether or not you speak of past and future life or liberation, even in this very life, if you practice compassion, your mind will be really happy if you practice compassion. If you want, peace in this life, happiness in this life, and if you try to go with attachment and anger, even in this life, you will never be happy. That's definite. So all of you, please pay this importance. From beginning of time, your mothers have cherished you. If they now suffer, what good is in your own happiness? Therefore, in order to liberate limitless numbers of sentient beings, cultivating bodhicitta is the practice of a bodhisattva. All sufferings comes from yearning from your own happiness. 11. The perfect Buddhas are born from the intentions to benefit others. Therefore, to truly exchange your own happiness for the sufferings of others is the practice of bodhisattva. As stated earlier, the more you are selfish, the more sufferings will you attain. And should you yearn for others' happiness, temporarily you will be happy. You'll have more trustworthy friends. Friends that you gain from friends will always fade away as you lose your own money, as money goes away from you. Friends, when you have power, as your power decreases, these friends all will also fade away. But a friend that you gain from being trustworthy, being compassionate, these friends will be there even when you have no power or money. Even in your critical times, these friends will be there. So, with genuine attitude towards others, if you benefit others, you will naturally have lots of friends. Everybody wants friends. So, if you really want good friends, then develop the mind that brings you good friends. Temporarily, you'll be really, your life will be at ease and better. And ultimately, for the attainment of enlightenment, it's just the compassionate attitudes for others. Therefore, to truly exchange your own happiness for the suffering for others is the practice of a bodhisattva. 12.
Even if someone driven by excessive desire steals all your wealth or incites someone else to steal it, to dedicate to this person your body, possession, and all your virtues of 3 times is the practice of a bodhisattva. If someone cuts off your head, even when you have not done the slightest wrong, through the power of compassion, to take his mistake upon yourself is the practice of a bodhisattva. Commentary. This story of Ngüchu Bodhisattva in Tibet called Ngüchu Thomisamba. So he had been to sponsor's place and he was offered some offerings, and he, while returning back to his own place on the way, there were some dacoits who came to know that Ngüchu Thomisamba was offered some offerings. So as Rinpoche's attendants were taking away the offerings on one side, and then the dacoits came in, and the dacoits or robbers robbed them, and the robbers were after robbing them were taking another direction, and then they met Rinpoche on the way, and then he told them, please listen, stay there and listen to me. If you go through that direction, towards that direction, and then you might meet some of my sponsors or my friends, and there is a danger that you might face difficulties. So you take this route and you will you'll be able to protect on your own possessions. And Rinpoche dedicated and wished for the goodness of people who even robbed him. Should someone slanders you in a bin walls with a loving heart to proclaim his good qualities in return is the practice of bodhisattva. It's also coincide with 8 verses of my training where His Holiness recited 2 verses from that. Sorry, I didn't catch up. If in the middle of a crowd of someone reveals your hidden faults and abuses you for them, to see him as a spiritual friend to bow with respect is the practice of bodhisattva. So if there are some people who criticize you, it's for you it's your practice to speak of the good qualities. If someone whom you cherish as dearly as your own takes you for an enemy, then like a mother whose child is sick, to love that person even more is the practice of a bodhisattva. 16, 17. Even when someone who is your equal or inferior, driven by arrogance and seeks to disparage you, to place him on the crown of your head, with the same respect you would accord your guru is the practice of bodhisattva. 18. Though gripped by poverty and always caught, though stricken by acute illness and possessed by evil spirit, to take upon yourself the negativity and sufferings of every being, and never to get discouraged is the practice of bodhisattva. 18. Commentary. So when you're really depressed, there is a danger that your practice will decline. So at that time, in order to bring up the spirit, your own spirit, then at that time, bodhicitta really helps you. When you feel really unhappy or discouraged or depressed, at that time, if you say, so long as space exists, so long as sentient beings exist, may I to exist to dispel all sufferings. So if you expand your mental attitude in this way, at that time, your own mental dissatisfaction will be relieved instantly. The famous and prominent 19, someone to whom others bow. Sorry. So when you have a lot of fame and when you have a lot of wealth, there is a danger of developing pride, and because of that, there is a competition and jealousy that might arise. At that time, think of bodhicitta. And then dedicate yourself as like the in service of all sentient beings, and dedicate all your body, mind, and speech for all sentient beings. And then, as in Shantideva text, if you think of yourself as servant of all sentient beings, then it really helps. So the same is in Kundalamba Rinpoche's praise of the bodhicitta. So when your mind is excited, think of bodhicitta, and it will actually calm down your mind. When your mind is depressed, think of bodhicitta, and it will bring up the state of mind. The famous and prominent, someone to whom others bow, though you amass the riches like that of a fish. To say that all its plant has no essence and thus to be without arrogance the practice of a bodhisattva. If you have not pacified the enemy of your own anger, comparing out outer opinions will only make them multiply. Therefore, with an army of loving kindness, compassion, to tame your mind is the practice of bodhisattva. Sensual pleasures are like soul, water. The more partake of them, the more craving will increase. Therefore, when something arouses attachments, to abandon this immediately is practice of bodhisattva. This speaks of the Bodhichitta, and then later it speaks of the wisdom of emptiness, ultimate Bodhichitta. All the appearances are your own mind, and your mind itself primordial trends all. So here your mind is the appearance are introduced as appearances of mind, and mind is introduced as empty. All appearances are your mind, and if mind itself primordially transcends all mental fabrications, knowing these and to remain free from apprehending the signs of subject-object is the practice of bodhisattva. When you encounter objects that pleases your mind, that like rainbow in the summer season, though they seem beautiful, not to view them as real and to give up attachment to them is practice of bodhicitta. So, commentary, while you are in meditative state, if you look at the external objects, you cannot find them. And if you look at the subjective mind, you can also find them. And without, if you try to disseminate the different moments, you can really find the mind. Take example of the 3 times. Mentally we seem to have a concrete idea of an absolute past, present, future. But if you really try to find out where present is, like eon, or maybe era, or centuries, and then if you come again, take them down, then years, and then year, month, and weeks and days, and so forth. Then, if you take of the seconds, one part of the second is already gone, and one is yet to come. And in that respect, there is no present. If there is no present, then how can we have future and past? Because by depending on the present, we can think of past and future. If present is not there, the very basis, the foundation based upon which we speak of past and future is not there. That means past and future can also be cannot be also be found. So with the culmination or with the assembly of dependent or dependently arising objects, then you can have you can have the object. Otherwise, concretely, objectively, you cannot find. Because of that, we say they are mentally designated, mentally imputed, not objectively findable. So that solidified kind of appearance will be destroyed when you have the experience of emptiness. So, in cutting the self-grasping by thinking of the aggregates, if the natural sense of an I arises within you as if it's inside the body, and then when you have come to this conclusion decisively that kind of concrete I is unfindable, in that state of emptiness, abide your mind in that state. But when you think that is mine, as if something else is still there, even if there isn't an I, then still you have not really understood. So in the mind, perceiving emptiness, there isn't any kind of elaboration, but merely in the state of emptiness, or it abides. The more one's understanding of emptiness is, the more one's experience of concreteness will change. For example, in the recognizing mother, the spiritual point, but even though they exist, they do not exist the way it appears to you. As if so, complicated. So it speaks of the practice post meditative in the post meditative period. All sufferings is like the death of child in a dream. To take such delusive appearance are true, how exhausting. Therefore, whenever we encounter unpleasant circumstances, to see them as deception, the practice of bodhisattva. 25. If those who aspire enlightenment willingly give up their bodies, what need is there to mention external objects? Therefore, with no hope of reward or benefit, to give up with generosity is a practice of a bodhisattva. If lack of discipline prevents you from benefiting yourself, then your wish to benefit others is just a joke. Therefore, to observe discipline with no longing for worldly existence is a practice of the bodhisattva. For a bodhisattva who seeks a wealth of virtue, every harm perpetrator is like a precious treasure. Therefore, without feeling irritation to all, to cultivate patience is the practice of bodhisattva. Ishvakas and particular Buddhas strive for their benefit alone, expand effort as if to extinguish a fire burning up their heads, to cultivate joyous effort, the wellspring of positive quality, practice of bodhisattva. Among the concentration, the highest of the concentration of the peak of samsara is the top, and the concentration beyond that means no more. No matter how strong that concentration of the peak of samsara is, it will not be an antidote of the delusions. Because of that, the wisdom of the concentration associated with wisdom of emptiness is considered transworldly wisdom. Vipassana perfectly endowed each mountain completely conquers all affections. Knowing this and to cultivate meditative concentration that transcend the formless stage is the practice of bodhisattva. The practice of five perceptions without wisdom cannot achieve perfect enlightenment. Equitative skillful means in cultivating wisdom of the non-conceptualizing the three spheres is the practice of bodhisattva. If you do not analyze your own fault, you might put on a dharmic facet while behaving in a non-dharmic way. Therefore, to continue and analyze your fault and discard them is the practice of. There is a danger, even for me, for Dalai Lama, with a name. If I do not look at my own faults and just go away with me the ordinary way, there is a danger. So, there are some of us with the name of Lama, and when people pay their respect, and when people seem to rely upon you, then there is a danger of exploitation from your part. Even among the lay people, when your wealth increases, you feel quite arrogant, and then look down upon those who are poorer. And if you are educated, then you might also look down upon those who are not educated enough. Same applies. If you do not analyze your own fault, you might put on a dharmic facet while behaving in a non-dharmic way. Then you should remind yourself when this kind of distorted thought arises that now you are falling into extreme. You should remind yourself in this way always. If compelled by your own affliction to speak of the faults of other bodhisattvas, you yourself will degenerate. Therefore, never citing the faults of others who have entered the mind, but it's a practice of bodhisattva. Desire for gain and services leads to mutual arguments, and activities of listening, reflecting, and meditating decline. To relinquish attachment to the households of friends, relatives, and on is the practice of a bodhisattva. Harsh would disturb, therefore, the minds of others, and this inculcates a bodhisattva's conduct. Therefore, to give up harsh and unpleasant speech towards others is the practice of bodhisattva. 35. When you become accustomed to affliction, they are hard to undermine with antidote. Therefore, with the remedial weapons of mindfulness and introspection, to forcibly eliminate afflictions such as attachment the moment they arise is the practice of bodhisattva. In brief, wherever you are and whatever you are, always examine the state of your mind continuously. Working for the welfare of others is the practice of bodhisattva. To dedicate merit that accumulated through these efforts to enlighten with a wisdom free of concepts of the true spare, in order to eliminate suffering of all beings, is the practice of 37 commentary. These are the 37 practices. Then now the later stanza says, by relying on the words of Zen Master, I explain the waning taught in the Sutra, Tantras, and other treatises in the form of these 37 practices to benefit those who wish to train in the Bodhisattva's path. Because my intelligence is small and my studies few, I lack linguistic skills to please the scholar. Yet since they are based on Sutra and stations of the Masters, I believe these practices of a bodhisattva are flawless. Nevertheless, since the vastness of Bodhisattvas conduct is difficult to fathom by someone like me with an inferior intellect, I pray to the Zen masters to consider with patience all my flows with such contradictions, incoherence, or so forth. But Geza Thomas looks like written a commentary on the ornament of sets of sutra by Maitreya. He is a great scholar himself. By virtue of merits gained he gathered here, and by the power of conventional ultimate bodhicitta, all sentient beings become like the benefactor of Avalokiteshvara, who dwell neither in the extreme of samsara nor in that peace of peace. The Kunlambaram, which is praise of the Bodhichitta, is quite extensive. We may not be able to cover today. So generation of aspirational Bodhichitta. I have taught the 8 verses of mind training and 37 practices, and these words are not difficult to fathom. And when you have time, read these texts, and then you could actually transform your negative circumstances into positive ones, and your mental sufferings will decline, just as putting cold water in a hot body. In a hot water. So in the beginning, it's quite difficult for us to digest. How can we practice giving up ourselves and cherishing others? It's quite difficult in the beginning. It also happened to me when I was in my 30s. When I was in 30s, I used to think of emptiness, and I felt liberation could be really possible. So at that time, I used to think that when once I attain the truth of cessation, or the state of liberation from one part of delusions, then I would really sleep for a long time. So at that time, when I think of bodhicitta, I really appreciate this mental attitude, this strength. But I felt, it's really difficult for me to practice that. Then in 1967, from Kundalam Tenzin Gyaltsen, I first received the teachings of praise of the Bodhicitta. By looking up and coming across these texts, I was really fascinated, and then I received this from Rinpoche. Then after that, in 1967, I received the Bodhisattva Charya of Shantideva from him, and then onwards, I tried to teach this to people for some time. And then I also tried to think of this Bodhicitta for a long time. And then slowly, with constant habituation, I became really close to this Bodhicitta. And then when I think of Bodhicitta, the experience is different. So, of course, I have not generated the genuine bodhicitta within myself, but my experience is, to some level, quite fruitful. When it comes to emptiness, actual experience of emptiness is difficult for me, but intellectual understanding that can make a change in my attitude is there in me. So a lot of you, even though you might think that for now it is impossible, slowly, if you try to keep the fire burning, the heat will naturally increase with the passage of time. So with this, tea offering. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Allez, homie.
While you drink your tea, I'll read few pages from the Kundalini Lama Rinpoche's text, The Jewel Lamp, a Praise to Bodhichitta. Praise of Bodhichitta. So in the green book, please turn to page number 127, and in the blue book, 68. So His Holiness just read the title. The first verse, gazing with undivided faith at the Buddha, their Dharma and their followers, I seek refuge in and pray to them. This text by Kundalini Lama Rinpoche did not write it in the style of writing a book with some structural outline. Rinpoche himself told me this. His daily practice was lojong, the training of the mind, and bodhicitta, and mainly his practice was based on the Bodhisattva Charya Avatara, a guide to the Bodhisattva way of life by Shantideva. And he was writing texts, and he gave teachings to people who came to him for teachings. And this particular text was written in such a way that he wrote one verse each day. And then when he had finished quite a lot of this book, some of his disciples came to know about it, and then he was requested to give teachings. So he was not writing initially to write a book as such, but just one verse each day. The Lord who seeks to help, who originate from the full moon of bodhicitta, is the guru of the world. In samsara there really is no other to be found. Verse number 3, how could the trinkets of others, apparently fine explanations, ever compete with the words of the one whose meaning is like a wish-fulfilling gem? Whoever has a wise and honest mind, verse number 4, sees that the Buddha's supreme doctrine that withstands the threefold analysis is like a lotus pond and goes there like a swan. Verse number 5, who would not cleave to the refuge provided by the Buddha, who has completed his own and others' aims, and who possesses the 8 special attributes such as not being known through description by others and so on. Verse number 6, for whom is the Dharma not a deep future, characterized as it is by the true truths, and 8 special attributes such as being inconceivable, non-dual, and so forth. Verse number 7, for whom is the noble assembly not a refuge, with its 8 special realization and freedom attributes, free as it is from the obscurations of attachment, impairment, and lesser path, and with a realization of how things are, what there is, and the inner. Verse number 8, I think that even with Saraswati in one's throat, it would be hard to find an example for the great wish-fulfilling bodhicitta tree that so easily accomplishes people's desires, flourishing in the ground of compassion and watered by love. Verse number 9, how could verse number 9 and 10 finished. Now let's turn to the stages of meditation from where we left yesterday. So we covered the aspiring bodhicitta. So having generated bodhicitta, and then cultivating the aspiration bodhicitta through ritual, and then taking the bodhisattva vows. With regard to that, in the Sakya tradition, there is the system of taking bodhisattva vows according to the Chittamatra view and Madhyamaka views, philosophy. For example, according to the Asanga's text, and also according to Shantideva's text. And then there is also a system of taking, the practice of taking the bodhisattva vows based on the Jambal Nambarupa Sutra. So of course there are various texts or rituals that you follow to take bodhisattva vows. So day after tomorrow, we will have the aspiring bodhicitta through ritual ceremony. As I usually do, and then the bodhisattva vow comes during the actual initiation. Before these, we'll have the upasaka, the layperson's vows. And so if we do that, then we would have the 4 sangha members, as it is mentioned in the in a tantra, that we should have the disciples should be comprised of the 4 sangha members, which is made up of the 4 bhikshu and bhikshunis, and then the lay people with vows, lay men and women with vows. And so, if you could take the lay person's vows, then after that we'll have the bodhisattva vows, and then initiation. So after generating the conventional awakening mind of bodhicitta, endeavor to cultivate the ultimate awakening mind of bodhicitta. On page 31, please. So without the bodhicitta, you cannot overcome obscurations, defilements in our mind, and also progress through the path. The defilements comprise of the 2, those of the destructive emotions and their stains, residual stains, or cognitive obscurations. And the pride and jealousy and so forth are called those destructive emotions which are not affected by or influenced by the philosophical view, whereas holding on to some kind of independent existence and so forth are affected by that. And so when we have the transitory view of transitory collection, or when you have this very strong clinging to a self of oneself, then that kind of grasping comes from some kind of reasoning, which are wrong sort of reasoning, and because of that, it should be overcome through a reason, understanding the reason that proves otherwise. And so you cannot overcome the afflictive emotions and thoughts merely by overcoming these kind of afflictive emotions. Destructive emotions cannot be overcome merely by praying or wishing them to go away. And so only through the cultivation of wisdom, which realizes which sees the truth, the reality, can you overcome this kind of destructive emotions, which go directly against them, diametrically against, opposite to this kind of destructive emotions. And secondly, in order to progress through the path and the grounds of the bodhisattvas and so forth, you actually progress while you are in a state of meditative equipoise, and not during the post-meditation session. So it's not enough to only have the good heart, such as bodhicitta and so forth. So you should have the wisdom realizing emptiness, which is kind of influenced in a great way by bodhicitta, and then with the help of bodhicitta you can progress along the grounds. The ultimate bodhicitta, page 31, the ultimate bodhicitta is transcendental and free from all elaborations. It is extremely clear, the object of the ultimate stainless and unwavering, like a water lamp undisturbed by the wind. So there, with regard to the ultimate bodhicitta, we have various kinds of bodhicitta according to the Sutrayana, and then the unique way, unique ultimate bodhicitta according to Tantra, and then within the Tantra, the different sets of Tantras. So it is the ultimate bodhicitta is transcendental, So here transcendental refers to superior beings, the Arya beings or Pakpas, who have gone beyond the ordinary state, ordinary level of beings, which means that they have seen the truth, the reality of emptiness directly. And until then, you are not called a transcendent one. So someone who sees or who has seen the truth directly is known as an Arya being, a superior being, and then this ultimate bodhichitta is free from all elaborations. So not only it is free from dualistic appearances of true existence and subject and object duality and so forth, but it's even free from the dualistic appearance of the objects that appear to the perceptible objects. So having done penetrative critical analysis, then you cultivate or generate this kind of insight. And so it is clear, it is object of the ultimate and stainless and unwavering, because you have whatever it is analyzing, it cannot be wavered from that very focus, like a butter lamp undisturbed by the wind. This is achieved through constant and respectful familiarity with the yoga of calm abiding meditation, shamatha, and special insight over a long period of time. So without the help of the single-pointed concentration and vipassana, you cannot progress along the path and grounds. Of course, once you have developed bodhicitta, you have entered the Mahayana path. And then once you have developed the true, genuine sense of renunciation, wishing to go out of samsara, then you have entered the path of the Shravakas and so forth. And then in connection with the Teta Gade Gade mantra of Heart Sutra, the first Gate refers to the path of accumulation, which is the first bodhisattva path, and then the second Gate refers to the path of preparation, which has to be achieved with the help of single-pointed concentration, without which there's no way you can actually reach the path of preparation. What we are stuck with is this. The single-pointed concentration. I feel that I can actually have gain insight into emptiness if I do some analysis and critical analysis, investigation of the reality of things. And also that of the bodhicitta. I feel that if I put some effort, I can. So sometimes we tend to criticize, we tend to underestimate concentration, the single-pointed concentration, saying that, oh, this concentration is generally even not a Buddhist path, and it will lead you only to samsaric rebirth in the higher forms of higher forms of life or higher realms and so forth. But we are actually lacking in it. So I have heard that in the South Indian monastic institutions, the quality of education or the standard of education is rather declining a little bit, and so the Tirumbuchi, Gaden Tirumbuchi, and then the Gaden two dignitaries, two masters next to him. We have to, with the help of these masters, it is very important to review the curriculum and where we are actually going wrong and where we are lacking. And so we should not think that everything is all right, but we should be able to see where we are going wrong and then accordingly correct them, amend them, And so we should not let our study program rather diluted. And in the monastic institutions, of course, we have great system of learning. And together with it, if we could also have practice centers for practice, dubta, which should not be meant for just doing some kind of a 3-year retreat or something like this. One of Tashikil monastery's great masters, Shanglawa, has said that by doing some retreat without being able to overcome one's own afflictive thoughts and emotions, destructive emotions, by actually sending the mala, the beads, I mean your nail would wear out rather than wearing out the inner afflictive emotions. And so there's danger even of being reborn as the wrathful deity, wrathful spirit, if you do practice of very high wrathful deities. So sometimes we have people who go in to retreat for some time in retreat centers, and then as ordinary people, and then when they come out, they are still ordinary. They have remained the same persons. For example, if you are doing, for example, the 3-month retreat, even if you cannot spend the whole session for meditation on single-pointed cultivation of single-pointed concentration, I think you could spend at least one session of it, or even if you may not be able to spend 6 hours or 4 hours or something like that. This is something we can actually achieve, because I have an American friend who has been doing meditation for over a long time, and now he's able to stay in single-pointed. He's doing a tantric practice, and he's able to sustain his meditation for 4 hours or so. And so he also has signs of the dissolution of the inner the prana energies into the central channel. So sometimes people say that tantric practice and experiences that are mentioned in the tantric practices, tantra, are something which could be achieved in the past and not today. But that's not true. So for having done this practice for the last 20-30 years, you could have actually special experiences, and also the signs of dissolution of different elements, dissolution of the different elements. And so perhaps Rinpoche also have some stories about this kind of things. And so it is important for us. We can also have people, we do have people who have these kind of experiences, and then in the Jortuk, the 6-branch practice of Kalachakra, and so forth, we have people who have certain degree of experiences. And so we have to put effort. We have to start some project, initiate it, and then be able to push through it, the project. So I wish to say this to all the masters and the students who have gathered here from the monastic institutions. And so in order to achieve this ultimate bodhicitta, you have to put effort all the time and with respectful familiarity, as it says. So we can do penetrative insight meditation, within which we do analysis of the reality of things. But when we do the concentration practice, we have to focus your mind. You have to focus your mind on one single object without wavering from it. And so, of course, with regard to vipassana, the special insight, what we are doing is we do analysis of things, and then as the analysis becomes finer and finer, you even shift your focus also. So, but when, in order to have this single-pointed concentration, of course it's difficult in the beginning when you are not familiar with it, but as you become more and more familiar, it is something that you can achieve. So we should not disregard, or we should not underestimate it, but we have to pay attention to it. Page number 31, continue. The blue book, page number 17. The unraveling of the thought sutra says, O Maitreya, you must know that all the virtuous dharmas of hearers, bodhisattvas, or tathagatas, whether worldly or transcendental, are the fruits of calm abiding meditation and special insight. And so, calm abiding meditation is the single-pointed concentration practice, and then a special insight is the analytical meditation. So all kinds of meditations are, in other words, come down to these two. Since all kinds of concentrations can be included in these two, all yogis must at all times seek calm abiding meditation and special insight. Again, the unraveling of thought sutra says, the Buddha has said, it must be known that the teaching of various types of concentrations taught by the hearers, bodhisattvas, and tathagatas are all contained in calm abiding meditation and special insight. And next paragraph, yogis cannot eliminate mental obscuration merely by familiarizing themselves with calm abiding and meditation alone. It will only suppress the disturbing emotions and delusions temporarily. With the light of wisdom, the latent potential of the disturbing emotions cannot be thoroughly destroyed, and therefore their complete destruction will not be possible. For this reason, the unraveling of the thought sutra says concentration can suppress the disturbing emotions properly, and wisdom can thoroughly destroy their latent potential. The King of Concentration Sutra also says, even if you meditate with single-pointed concentration, you will not destroy the misconception of self, and your disturbing emotions will disturb you again. This is like Udraka, single-pointed meditation, when the selflessness of phenomena is examined specifically and meditations are performed on the basis of that analysis. That is the cause of the resultant liberation. No other cause can bring peace. Also, the Bodhisattva section of Sutra says, those who haven't heard these various teachings of the Buddha, Bodhisattva collections, and also not heard the implemented teaching of monastic discipline, who think that single-pointed concentration alone is enough, will fall into the pit of arrogance due to pride. As such, they cannot gain complete release from rebirth, old age, sickness, death, misery, lamentation, suffering, mental unhappiness, disturbances. Neither do they gain complete liberation from the cycle of the 6 states of existence, nor from the heaps of suffering, mental and physical aggregates. Keeping this in mind, Tathagata has said that hearing the teaching will help you gain liberation from old age and death. For these reasons, those who wish to attain the thoroughly purified transcendent wisdom by eliminating all obscurations should meditate on wisdom while remaining on calm abiding meditation. The heap of jeweled sutra says single-pointed concentration is achieved by adhering to moral ethics. With the achievement of single-pointed concentration, you meditate on wisdom. Wisdom helps to attain a pure, pristine awareness. Through pure, pristine awareness, your moral conduct is perfected. So next paragraph also is finished. So there are lots of scriptural citations, but the point here is being made is that we should cultivate shamatha and vipassana, calm abiding meditation and insight, penetrative insight, and in order to make progress through this one's experience, one has to have a very stable concentration. On top of that, through that, when you do analysis with wisdom, intelligence, and you gain insight into the reality of phenomena, reality of things. So these two have to be combined. In other words, it is said. Yogis, page number 37, a yogi's mind, blue book number 19. And so here, insight refers to doing individual analysis of things.
내가 강성다 돼야 연구를 이내 황도용할래야.
So of course, with the help of calm abiding, you will have some certainty about the things, but in order to have special insight, you have to have, of course we can do analysis of things, but here the insight is specially called special insight, for which we have to be able to experience that of the pliancy of mind and body. And so pliancy of mind, which comes also when you develop calm abiding meditation. So merely doing the practice of analysis, merely doing analysis, of course, you do not need to have a special insight. But here, in order to have this insight, which sees the reality, that the ultimate reality as it is, you should have this with the. So without concentration, of course, you cannot have this special insight. For example, if you in a classroom, if a student is not able to concentrate on what is being taught by the teacher in the class, and rather than being concentrating on the subject, if he or she is distracted here and there, then of course they will not be able to learn what the teacher is teaching. But if you pay attention and and focus your mind on what is being taught, then of course you'll be able to develop that kind of an understanding. And so here we are talking about that kind of concentration which is focused on the object. So it will be unstable, it says, like a butter lamp in winds. Since clarity of persistent awareness will be absent, these two, special insight and calm abiding, should be cultivated equally. Therefore, the Sutra of the Great and Complete Transcendence of Suffering says, hearers cannot see Buddha nature because their single-pointed observation is stronger and wisdom is weaker. Bodhisattvas can see it, but not clearly because their wisdom is stronger and their single-pointed concentration is weaker, whereas the Tathagatas can see all because they possess a calmly abiding mind and special insight to an equal degree. Due to the power of calm abiding meditation, the mind will not be disturbed by the wind of conceptual thought like a butter lamp, undisturbed by the breeze. Special insight eliminates every stain of wrong views. Thus, you will not be affected by the views of others. The Moon Lamp Sutra says, by the force of calm abiding meditation, the mind will become unwavering, and with a special insight, it will become like a mountain. Therefore, maintain a yogic practice of them too. So here what it's showing is that there is need for both calm abiding and special insight. So common prerequisites. Initially the yogi should seek the prerequisites that can assist him in actualizing calm abiding meditation and special insight quickly and easily. And so in order to be able to efficient in one's own meditation, whatever one is practice, we have to have all the conducive conditions or the prerequisites that are needed for that. Of course, we also need to do the purification and accumulation of merit. The prerequisites necessary for the development of calm abiding meditation are to live in a conducive environment, to limit your desires and practice contentment, to not to be involved in too many activities, to maintain pure moral ethics, and to fully eliminate attachment and all other kinds of conceptual thoughts. A conducive environment should be known by 5 characteristics, providing easy access to food and clothes. So the place where you try to cultivate calm abiding should be a conducive place, which should be conducive for your concentration practice, the calm abiding practice. So the 5 characteristics are providing easy access to food and clothes, being free from all, free of all evil beings and enemies, being free from disease, containing good friends who maintain moral ethics and who share similar views, and abiding and being visited by few people in the daytime and with little noise at night. Limiting your desires refers. So we have to have a good place and good friends. So a place where where you wish to cultivate calm abiding has to be a quiet place where there is no loud noises of water, rivers and people making noises, and also lots of wind blowing, but it should be quiet, serene. In the past, the Indian Mahasiddhas have gone to the Himalayan regions. Even today, we find Hindu meditators in the Himalayan regions. So the place should be rather high, elevated, and so that your mind is rather stays elevated. Limiting your desires refers not to not being excessively attached to many or good clothes, such as religious robes and so forth. The practice of contentment means always being satisfied with any little thing, like inferior religious robes and so forth. Not being involved in many activities. It refers to giving up ordinary activities like business, avoiding too close association with householders and monks, and totally abandoning the practice of medicine and astrology. What is pure discipline? It is not to contravene the foundation of the training, the 2 vows, together with the avoidance of misdeeds. So here the 2 vows refers to the Pratimoksha and Bodhisattva vows, whether they're natural or prescribed. And whenever you fail through lack of carefulness, to regret that lapse swiftly and to repair it according to the teaching. Even in the case of the statement that is transgression of the hearer's vows cannot be restored, if there is a regret and an awareness of the intention not to repeat it, and an awareness of the lack of the true identity of the mind that performs the action, or the familiarity with the lack of a true identity of all phenomena, that person's morality can be said to be pure. This should be understood from the Sutra on the elimination of Ajata Shatru's regret. You should overcome your regret and make special effort in meditation, being mindful of the various defects of attachment in this life and future lives helps eliminate misconceptions in this regard. Some common features of both beautiful and ugly things in the cycle of existence are that they are all unstable and subject to disintegration. It is beyond doubt that you will be separated from all of these things without delay. So meditate on why you should be so excessively attached to these things, and then disregard all misconceptions. So you should overcome all kinds of desire, attachment and lust. And so physically you should be away from unconducive conditions, but more important is to be free from the mental unconducive conditions. And therefore you should try to lessen all kinds of thoughts, preconceptions. And then what are the prerequisites of special insight? They are to rely on holy persons, to seek very seriously extensive instruction, and to contemplate properly. What type of holy person should you rely upon? One who has heard many teachings, who expresses himself clearly, who is endowed with compassion and able to withstand hardship. I'm just reading ahead of His Holiness in case we're not able to catch up. His Holiness has some pages confused, it looks like. Some mixed up. So I've read that part. What is meant by seriously seeking extensive instruction? This is to listen seriously with respect to the definitive and interpretable meanings of the 12 branches of the Buddha's teachings. The unraveling of the fourth sutra says, not listening to superior beings' teaching as you wish is an obstacle to insight. The same sutra says special insight arises from its cause, correct view, which in turn arises from listening and contemplation. The question of the Narayana Sutra says, through the experience of listening to teaching you gain wisdom, and with wisdom disturbing emotions are thoroughly pacified. What is meant by proper contemplation? It is properly establishing the definitive interpretable sutras. So relying on a holy being is for special insight. Penetrative, since here we are talking about the special insight into the true reality of things. We have to understand what it is. In order for that, you have to hear the teaching, and therefore we need a qualified person to teach that. And therefore, in the Lamrim, it is said the root of the path is guru, spiritual guru, and then how to rely on such a person. And so, therefore, since it is important to rely on a qualified master, Lamrim Chemo goes through the characteristic features, definitions of a guru, and how to rely on it, him or her. And so, without there being a proper guide, how can he or she guide somebody? And so, a doctor has to be able to diagnose the sickness or the disease of the patient correctly, without which he cannot actually help him. And so, a person, a guru, is supposed to help others to transform their mind. And therefore, since this is necessary, the person himself, the guru himself or herself, has to be someone who has disciplined his or her own mind. And so, Tsongkhapa says, someone who wishes to tame others' mind should also first tame himself or herself. And Lama Tsongkhapa says that there is no way one can actually help tame others without being oneself tamed. A spiritual master here cannot be someone who has some experience, some kind of a knowledge of the Dharma, a rather rough kind of idea about it, but he has to have a full knowledge and has to know the means by which a disciple's mind should be disciplined and tamed. And therefore, before quoting Maitreya's Sutra Alamkara, Lama Tsongkhapa goes through these qualities of the master, such as the being subdued and calm, and thoroughly calmed and compassionate, more educated, more knowledgeable than the disciple, and someone who does not feel tired of giving teachings to disciples, and so forth. And therefore, right from the beginning with the Vinaya, we have the qualifications of the masters. And then in the Bodhisattva Yana and Bodhisattva teachings, we have the Guru's qualifications. And then in the Tantras also, we have the qualifications of each of these sets of Tantras as well. In order to become a professor of the university or college, a person must have the necessary knowledge and expertise. someone who doesn't know what he or she has to teach cannot be a teacher or professor to others. So, someone who is a spiritual master cannot be someone who is a high lama with a big labdrang, but or big name and so forth. But one has to have the qualification in terms of the knowledge of the Dharma, and also one has to be someone who has tamed himself or herself well by practicing the Dharma oneself. And so the teaching of selflessness is something that you find in all Buddhist traditions. And because of differences between the followers of the Buddha, when he teaches selflessness, there are some cases where the Buddha had taught the rough idea of the selflessness. And then there are the number of sutras with regard to that. Of course, there are various different ways of counting the sutras, but here we are concerned more with the sutras which teach the definitive meaning and the interpretive meanings. And so we have to be able to distinguish between these two within the sutras. So if we have to resort to another sutra to prove that some other sutra is definitive teaching, we would have to again find another sutra to prove that one as being definitive, and then it's infinitely regressive it would be. But we have to use reasoning to prove the teaching of the Buddha being definitive. And so teaching means means to correct one's mind, and it's not like a history book. If we study history, of course, we should know the dates and who lived at a certain time and so forth. But here we are talking about transformation within our mind. Therefore, someone who shows that path to others has to have some experience of what you transform and the transformative measures, and should be able to have some experience of the transformation that goes within oneself. And so within the teaching of the selflessness, there is a gross understanding of selflessness, and then the subtle understanding of selflessness, which is that of which is the emptiness, understanding of emptiness. And therefore it is very important to have qualified teachers. Today we have Tibetans who go to proper China proper to give teachings. But of course there are very sincere, genuine teachers, but there seems also to be people who are charlatans, who disguise as Dharma teachers, but in fact they are not qualified teachers. I met, some 20 years ago, I met a Chinese in Dharamsala. At that time, he told me some Tibetans come to China proper, claiming to be Dharmaraja, king of Dharmas, and give while claiming so. And then, as the Chinese themselves devotedly, fall to these lamas, then these Dharmarajas, so-called Dharmarajas, turn out to be those who have actually come to China proper to find women and money. And so people's people lose their faith in them. And then I met an American man who said he was a Buddhist before, but then he's told me that his wife was actually stolen by his teacher, and therefore he was very angry with the teacher, and he said he gave up being a Buddhist. So he was complaining to me. In fact, I didn't cause the problem, but he was complaining to me. So when the Chinese told me this story about the Dharmaraja, he told me, please do something. And I told him I cannot do much. The problem is actually happening in China, and I cannot do anything. But you should actually learn what the qualifications of a spiritual teacher are, and learn them, and know these, understand what these qualifications are, and then after having learned them, when someone comes claiming to be Dharmaraja or spiritual teacher, then you should use your knowledge about the spiritual teachers and check them against these criteria. And in the beginning, you should not consider them as regard them as your spiritual teacher as such, but as a friend. Just listen to the teachings and then check the person. And over time, when you find the person rather having done some rigorous checking, you should, when you find them to be authentic teachers, then you can slowly regard the person to be Dharmaraja or your own spiritual teachers. In the Tantras, there's mention of the teacher and the disciples checking each other for the right kind of teacher and the disciples. And so it is even said you should check that the teacher should check this disciple, and this disciple and should check the teacher for 12 years. And you should not just jump to the conclusion of them regarding someone as one's spiritual guru. In the three vows of the distinction of the three vows of Sakya Pandita, he says that when people are engaged in business of buying and selling horses and so forth, and what the businessmen do is actually check those animals themselves and for their quality, and also ask others who are more experienced, and then decide to buy them or not. So if for this kind of temporary benefit, temporary pleasure, people do so much investigations. They put so much effort in checking whether what they are going to buy is the right thing to buy and so forth. But when it comes to teaching the Dharma, then Sakya Pandita says that just as the dogs eat whatever they find, eatable they find, people tend to jump to anyone who comes to say that they are giving some teaching without doing any kind of analysis or investigation or examination of the person who is teaching, whether that person has the right criteria or not. And so you are listening to my teaching, and therefore you should also check whether I am qualified teacher or not. And so here the text talks about taking to vegetarianism as well. So when a yogi, so it says when meditating, a yogi should first complete all the preparatory practices. So it says yogis should at all times avoid fish, meat and so forth, should eat with moderation and avoid foods that are not conducive to health. So when you do meditation, your mind should not be rather heavy, but you should be very fresh. And so avoiding meal after lunch helps your health as well. And so when the next day you'll be rather fresh when you wake up. So I joke with some Westerners, and there are some Westerners who are rather fat. And then I tell them, because they are so concerned about their health, because of their fatness, I tell them that they should actually practice not eating after lunch. Thus, bodhisattvas who have assembled all the prerequisites for calm abiding meditation and special insight should enter into meditation. When meditating, a yogi should first complete all the preparatory practices. He should go to the toilet in a pleasant location free of disturbing noise. He should think, I will deliver all sentient beings to the state of enlightenment. Then he should manifest great compassion, the thought wishing to liberate all sentient beings, and pay homage to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. By touching the 5 limbs of his body to the ground, he should place an image of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, such as painting, in front of him or in some other places. He should make as many offerings and praises as he can. He should confess his misdeeds and rejoice in the merits of all other beings. So in developing single-bodied concentration, one has to first of all know what you are going to actually meditate on. You should listen to the instructions from teachers. So this book that I am teaching has a very detailed explanation on how to cultivate calm abiding meditation and the special insight. And so other texts do not have this kind of detailed explanation on meditation. And therefore, the reason why I teach these texts is in a very succinct manner, it explains the meditation. So whatever meditation practice of Dharma you do, or whatever, for example, if whatever things you do with your body and speech and mind, all the actions are dependent on your motivation. So first you should have the motivation of clear idea of the motivation of bodhichitta, which is brought about by compassion. And then you should do the 7-limb practice, whether you use Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charya Avatara or the King of Prayers. And of course, the 7-limb practice in Bodhisattva Charya Avatara, the guide to Bodhisattva way of life, is very good. And then there is also the generation of in the bodhichitta in this text, and you can repeat these those verses several times. And then on the basis of that, if you do purification practice and accumulation of positive energy merit, then it will be very good. Then you should sit in a full lotus posture of Vairocana, or a half lotus posture, or on a comfortable cushion. The eyes should not be too widely opened or too tightly closed. Let them focus on the tip of the nose. The body should not be bent forward or backward. Keep it straight and turn the attention inwards. The shoulders should rest in their natural position, and the head should not lean back forward or to either side. The nose should be in line with the navel. The teeth and lips should rest in their natural state, with the tongue touching the upper palate. Breathe very gently and softly without causing any noise, without labor and without unevenness. Inhale and exhale naturally, slowly and unnoticeably. So, because concentration is very important, it is very important to hold your body in a straight. When your body is straight, then the channels in the body would be rather straight, and then because of that, the wind energy, the prana energy, would also flow rather well. So if you lean your body to the sides and so forth, then they could also, because of the wind movement of the wind energy, it could cause you all kinds of preconceptions. So body should be straight, and then your legs should be in this lotus posture or half lotus posture, and then your chin should be. Some arrogant people rather hold their chin up like this, and whereas in meditation you should bend your chin slightly inwards. And with regards to the nose tip being in line with the navel, if you were to put a thread straight from the tip of your nose, it should the other end of the thread should be somewhere near the at the navel. Of course, if you have big nose, you can look at the tip of your nose, but if you have flat nose or you don't have that pointed nose, then if you were to focus your eyes on the tip of the nose, then it would be rather, your eyes would rather ache. And so you should look at you should focus your eyes rather to the front side of your body. In certain special meditations of like Dzogchen, of course there is a way of staring in the space, and then in the sixth branch practice of Kalachakra, you actually focus your two eyes upwards and towards the inside of the midpoint of the eyebrows. And here we have to, we are trying to develop calm abiding. Therefore, the eyes should rather focus in front. Sometimes without wearing glasses, it's rather clear. When you have glasses, it seems you have a clearer idea of the things that you focus. When you don't have the glasses, then of course the things do not appear so clearly. They are rather faded. Of course, when you meditate, the sense consciousnesses do not actually work actively. So in front, the colors should not be too bright, because then you are distracted by that. Because you see that brightness, your eyes see them, and your mind is distracted accordingly. And then your lips should be rather naturally kept. If you have no teeth, of course, then you have to just purse your lips. And the tip of the tongue should touch the upper palate. Because if you, this has a significance of not dripping the saliva. When you are really able to focus your mind steadily on the object that of your meditation rather well. And then the lips also. So it also helps, the tip of the tongue touching the upper palate also helps to not turn your mouth rather dry. And then the two elbows should not touch your body, but rather open further from your body. And then with regard to hands, His Holiness is showing these gestures. Your left hand should be under the right hand. So the left palm is holding the right hand, and then the two thumbs, tip of the two thumbs are touching. And then you place your hands in this gesture at the navel. And the seat should be slightly higher at the back side and lower at the front. And this helps in not feeling tired and then put kusha grass underneath your cushion or durva grass underneath your cushion. This also has the significance in relation to Tantra. The tip of this grass should be pointed inwards. And so this has the significance of the bringing together all the wind prana energy into the central channel. So these are the 7 different Vairocana postures, 8 different postures of Vairocana. So your breath should not be very loud or wheezing, but it should be rather soft and gentle. And so with this we have covered the 7 Vairocana postures. Calm abiding meditation should be achieved first. Calm abiding is that mind which has overcome distraction to external objects and which spontaneously and continuously turns toward the object of meditation with bliss and pliancy. That which properly examines suchness from within the state of calm abiding is special insight. So here calm abiding means your mind is focused totally on the object of your focus, and without distraction, and so without any other thoughts going on, you have only that focus in your mind, and then it stays on that object. Therefore, it is called calm abiding. So your mind should not be rather spaced out. It should be very acutely attentive. So sometimes in your meditation, your mind is rather spaced out, sort of, but then, of course, so without being disturbed by the mental laxity or mental sinking, then of course you should be able to focus on your hold your focus in your mind. So because if you let the mental laxity to grow and build in your mind while thinking that you are actually thinking that you are focused and without having any kind of thought processes going on, sometimes it could happen that the mind becomes duller, and this is because of this building up of laxity within your mind. I have met some people who have told me this kind of experience, and having done some meditation, later on when they read some texts, and their understanding and comprehension was not so clear as before. And so the mind should be very attentive, very concentrated and stable, like a mountain, very firmly standing, it's called focused. So that whatever focus you choose, you can actually divert your mind towards that at your will, and when you actually bring your mind back to a specific focus, you are able to do that as well. And so it is not so surprising even if you are able to stay in some meditation, but if you are affected by, influenced by, if your mind is rather influenced by laxity, that which properly the cloud of jewel sutra reads, calm abiding meditation is a single pointed mind. Special insight makes specific analysis of the ultimate. Also from the Unraveling of Thought Sutra, Maitreya asked, O Buddha, how should people thoroughly search for calm abiding meditation and gain expertise and special insight? The Buddha answered, Maitreya, I have given the following teaching to the bodhisattvas, sutras, melodious praises, the 12 different sets of sutras, in other words, are enumerated. Bodhisattvas should properly listen to these teachings, remember their contents, train in verbal recitation, and thoroughly examine them mentally. With perfect comprehension, they should go alone to remote areas and reflect on these teachings and continue to focus their minds upon them. They should focus mentally only on those topics that they have reflected upon and maintain this continuously. This is called mental engagement. When the mind has been repeatedly engaged in this way and physical and mental pliancy have been achieved, that mind is called calm abiding. This is how bodhisattvas properly seek the calm abiding mind. When the bodhisattva has achieved physical and mental pliancy and abides only in them, he eliminates mental distraction. So without being distracted or falling prey to the laxity, but being able to remain focused single-pointedly on your object of meditation. So here we have the 12 sets of sutras that are enumerated, and then we have also the teachings on the 4 sutra which teach the 4 seals. So all composite phenomena are come down to these 5 categories of the 5 aggregates. And so these are the focus of the calm abiding meditation. And then when you actually disperse or develop special insight, you are actually spreading your view. And so with regard to the objects, of course, between the calm abiding meditation and special insight, there are no differences. Of course, there are in the Sutra Unraveling the Thought is there in China, Chinese translation, and there is also a commentary to it by Master Wensek, who is said to be a Korean master. I have read his commentary. And in this commentary to Sutra Unraveling the Thought, he has actually drawn different thoughts of different masters. So he is following the Chittamatra view, and he also quotes Virapa. And in that commentary, he mentions that the Maitreya got his name because of his mother, and therefore it indicates that it was a human being. So perhaps could that mean that we have a Maitreya who is a god and another god Maitreya who was a human being? And so when you do calm abiding meditation, you do not spread your focus out, but you try to draw your mind in to one focus. And then there are different objects that you use to overcome the different kinds of disturbing emotions that are within yourself. In any case, here, when we do meditation on calm abiding, cultivation of calm abiding, we can use a Buddha statue. For Hindus, for example, they can use a Shiva statue, or for Christians, they can use a cross. For a Muslim, they can use Mecca, a mosque in Mecca. So whichever focus you choose, what you focus on is on that object, not with your eyes, because we are talking about concentration, practice or cultivation of concentration. Therefore, it has nothing to do with your eyes, which sees the object, but you use your mind. So, whichever focus object you choose, whether it's a statue of a Buddha or a cross for Christians, you first look at that object, and then you have a clear idea of a picture of that object in your mind. So this object that or the picture of that object of that forms in your mind is the focus of your meditation. It is even called the image of the mind. And so you try to focus your mind on that particular object. When you are able to actually focus your mind on that object, the picture of the statue of Buddha or whatever, rather well, then the sensory perceptions cease to work. So even when there is some kind of a loud noise going around, you will not be able to hear them. So of course, for ordinary beings, for beginner, of course, our senses are always ready to jump to the objects outside. But here we should always attempt to focus our mind on the object that is within the picture of the Buddha within oneself. So that is called placing the mind. And then if you are able to place your mind on the object 5 or 10 minutes or 20 minutes or so forth, continuously, that is called continuous placing. And then when you are able to do that for 1 hour, most of that 1 hour may be focused, but then you will at times distract your mind. And you bring your mind, which is distracted to other objects, back to the focus. And so that is called patching up and placing. And then you have to be able to overcome the distraction, and then try to overcome the mental laxity or mental sinking, and then develop the rest of the 9 steps leading to calm abiding. When you reach the eighth step, then there is no laxity and excitement, and you are able to focus your mind rather effortlessly on the object. And still, when you continue with that, then you will have the pliancy, mental pliancy, and which in turn brings up physical pliancy, which in turn brings up bliss of the mind. And so, when you have this the blissful experience of both the body and physical and mental blisses, then your focus, your concentration is rather strong. And so, while developing calm abiding, there are 2 obstacles to it. One is distraction, and then there is the excitement. The excitement is more of this mind which is distracted towards or sensual objects. Whereas the other factor which obstructs one's development of calm abiding is mental laxity or mental sinking. So with that, of course, you will have with mental laxity, what happens is that you do not have a very strong, intense kind of clarity of the object. So you should have stability, which means that the mind stays on the object and it is alert, attentive, and so without laxity. Where there is no alertness and attentiveness, then you have the mental laxity. And so while doing meditation, sometimes your mind becomes overcome with laxity, and in order to bring your mind up, you have to cheer yourself up, and uplift it. Whereas if you uplift it too much, there is danger of excitement. And when that happens, when distraction or excitement happens, you again have to bring the mind back to the focus by reflecting on the suffering nature or the impermanent nature, which makes the mind more sober. So our mind is such that because of our thinking, we have pleasure and pain. When you think about something from a good angle, looking at it from a positive side, then you feel happy. Whereas if you look at the same thing from a negative angle, then your mind gets disturbed. And therefore, when you do calm abiding meditation and mind is distracted by excitement, then you should actually make it sober and we call thinking about suffering and these things, which will actually help to bring the mind back, draw the mind inside, and is then after having overcome this excitement, then you actually focus on the object. So you have to see which state of mind you are in, whether you have excitement or laxity. So when the bodhisattva has achieved physical and mental pliancy and abides only in them, he eliminates mental distraction. The phenomenon that has been contemplated as the object of inner single-pointed concentration should be analyzed and regarded as like a reflection. This reflection or image, which is the object of single-pointed concentration, should be thoroughly discerned as an object of knowledge. It should be completely investigated and thoroughly examined. And so when you do investigation, critical analysis of the object, then you are actually using the object for your developing special insight. For example, if you think about the 5 aggregates within which there is the form aggregate, so within which there are many different types of forms, which are perceptible and others not perceptible and so forth, then you are actually going into the objects of special insight. There's a proliferation of your object in your mind. So Lama Tsongkhapa says, whatever the Buddha has taught is taught from the point of view of dependent origination. And there is no teaching of the Buddha which doesn't lead you to the peace of nirvana. And so all teachings can be summarized into 3 points. Those teachings which lead to the reality or suchness, and which makes you approach that, and then finally actually landing there. And so the teachings of suffering and impermanence and so forth are the first category, and then the teachings on the selflessness, gross selflessness, are the second category. And then when the Buddha says, gives teachings like in all the 5 aggregates also are absent of inherent nature, that is actually landing at the final intent of the Buddha. And so all the teachings of the Buddha finally come down to this understanding of the emptiness. So the yogis who are interested in actualizing calm abiding mind should initially concentrate closely on the fact that the 12 sets of scriptures with sections of sutra and so forth can be summarized as all leading to suchness, that they will lead to suchness, and that they have led to suchness. And then the king of the meditative stabilization sutra says this verse: with his body gold in color, the Lord of the universe is extremely beautiful. The bodhisattva who places his mind on this object is referred to as one with meditative absorption. So when you meditate on a Buddha statue, it should be at a distance of your body length. When if you, for example, if you do full body length prostration, where the tip of your hand fingers reach around that at that kind of distance, the stitches should be put, and then it should be small, like one finger width, and it should be bright and heavy. These two helps in avoiding this mental excitement and laxity. One way of doing this meditation is to set the mind closely on the mental and physical aggregates as an object to include all dharma. In this, so when you meditate, you have to check whether you are having mental excitement or mental laxity. So the two factors of mindfulness and vigilance or introspection are the factors which actually hold the mind on the focus. So in the certain text, we find mention of forgetting the instructions that we have received. And then there is also the mention of laziness. And so you have to be able to maintain the focus without forgetting it. And while you are focusing on the object, introspection or vigilance checks whether excitement or mental laxity are happening or not. When you are really well trained, then you'll be able to see no sooner these two negative hindrances are setting in, and you'll be able to become aware of them and avert them. Otherwise, you are not able to you're not able to become aware when these two, excitement and laxity, actually occur to you. So you should have always an attentiveness of the mind. Mindfulness and introspection are used for that. Also check for dullness and see whether the mind is being distracted or to external objects. If the mind is found to be dull due to sleepiness and mental torpor, or if you fear that dullness is approaching, then the mind should tend to a supremely delightful object such as image of the Buddha or notion of light. In this process, having dispelled dullness of the mind, try to see the object very clearly. You should recognize the presence of dullness when the mind cannot see the object very clearly, when you feel as if you are blind or in a dark place, or that you have closed your eyes. If while you are in meditation your mind chases after qualities of external objects such as form, or turns its attention to other phenomena, or is distracted by desire for an object you have previously experienced, or if you suspect distraction is approaching, reflect that all composite phenomena are impermanent. Thinking about suffering and so forth, topics that will temper the mind. In this process, the distraction should be eliminated, and with the rope of mindfulness and alertness, the elephant-like mind should be fastened to the tree of the object of meditation. Initially, you have to always be alert whether the excitement and laxity are happening or not. But once you reach the steps 8th and 9th, then these two will not happen. So you should not put extra effort to thinking that you have to put effort, because if not, then the excitement or laxity can happen. Because these two don't happen, you do not overexert yourself during these two last steps in this 9th step to leading to calm abiding. You should relax your effort and remain neutral as long as it continues thus. And so that's referring to the 8th and 9th steps. you should understand that calm abiding is actualized when you enjoy physical and mental pliancy through prolonged familiarity with meditation, and the mind gains the power to engage the object as it chooses. After realizing calm abiding, meditate on special insight, thinking as follows. All the teachings of the Buddha are perfect teachings, and that they directly or indirectly revealed to lead to suchness with utmost clarity. Once you have calm abiding experience, your mind will be rather composed, relaxed, and it's very clear. And it could also cause you to have clairvoyance, some degree of clairvoyance. And so, with this kind of concentration, when you wish to know something, you can direct your mind towards that object, and then slowly, through your familiarization, you will be able to remember past lives and so forth. And so this can be done only with eye consciousness and ear consciousness, and not with other consciousnesses. But then, in Tantra, you can have clairvoyance through the nose consciousness, which takes the smell as its object. So, because of the control of the because of the prana energy that is within yourself, perhaps it also leads you to have some perception of through smell. And so, when you have calm abiding, of course, you are able to have overcome or a certain degree of the desire ram attachment, overcome them. And so, here, this calm abiding is called the preparatory stage of the first concentration ram, which is called the one which can bear anything. Of course, by overcoming the attachment to the desire ram, through this calm abiding meditation, you'll be able to, when you are able to reach or attain the first concentration of the first form ram, of course you have still not overcome the desire of the three rams as such, but only the desire ram, or the attachment of the desire ram. So in Madhyamaka Avatara, Chandrakirti says that the two selflessnesses, the selflessness of persons and selflessness of phenomena, are taught by the Buddha in order to liberate sentient beings. And these two are differentiated on the basis of the distinction between these. The differentiation between these two is not because of the subtlety between the two, but because of the object of which, on which these two are established. And so, here when we talk about selflessness, the self is self means the independent existence of things, as it is mentioned in the clear words of Chandrakirti, when he comments on. When he comments on the 400 verses of Aryadeva, not the clear words. So, as I said the other day also, when we think about I, when you think about yourself, I am this, then there is this sense of yourself being some kind of independently existing entity. And so such an I does not exist, and this absence of such an I is selflessness. But then, having said the I, the self does not exist inherently, but then if you say the psychophysical aggregates, the mind-body constituents are substantially existing phenomena. For example, in the case of Bhava Viveka, he says, we actually label or we call the consciousness itself as the person, and so he actually asserts a person from within the aggregates, which is the sixth aggregate. The fifth aggregate is that of the consciousness, so that is said to be the identity of the person. But then in the Heart Sutra we say even the five aggregates are empty of inherent nature. And so, by this, what is shown is that both the self, person, and the psychophysical aggregates, the person is designated on the basis of which a person is designated, both are empty of inherent existence equally. And so, when we talk about selflessness, there, of course, with regard to self, there is also different ideas. Where one is that of a permanent, unitary, autonomous self, which is seen as separate from the mind and body constituents. So in this text it says, nor is a person of the nature of the aggregates and so forth, because the aggregates and so forth have the entity of being many and impermanent. Others have imputed the person as permanent and single. So the difference between the non-Buddhist traditions and Buddhist tradition, according to Jamyang Shepa, is whether different lies in asserting and not asserting the object of the view of a self. So those who reject the object, which is the view of a self, then is a Buddhist, and those who actually do not assert those who assert a self as grasped by this truly the attitude or the mind which grasped onto such an independent existence, those who assert it are non-Buddhist, and those who do not assert such a self is non-Buddhist. The person as a phenomenon cannot exist except as one or many, because there is no other way of existing. Therefore, we must conclude that this assertion of the worldly I and mine is wholly mistaken. So the I or the self, Atman, asserted by the non-Buddhist, does not exist. But then we also have a notion of an I as if it were independent of the psychophysical aggregates. That too does not exist, and therefore that kind of view is wholly mistaken, it says. And next is the teaching on the emptiness of or selflessness of phenomena. Meditation on the selflessness of phenomena should also be done in the following manner. Phenomena, in short, are included under the 5 aggregates, the 12 sources of perception, the 18 and the 18 elements. The physical aspects of aggregates, sources of perception, and elements are, in ultimate sense, nothing other than aspects of the mind. This is because when they are broken into subtle particles, and the nature of the parts of these subtle particles is individually examined, no definite identity can be found. Therefore, due to the grasping tightly and incorrectly at such things as form and so forth, over beginningless time, the mind itself appears to ordinary people as form and so forth, separate and external, just like the appearance of form and so forth that are perceived in a dream. In that in the ultimate sense, form and so forth do not exist separated from being an aspect of the mind should be analyzed. But he who has the thought that the realms are just mind, having understood that everything that is designated as phenomena is only mind, comes to think, when this mind is analyzed specifically, that it is an analysis of the nature of phenomena. Thus, so here, the selflessness of phenomena is posited, which is common to the Chitta Matrins. So, which are also found in certain sutras, like Langaravata Sutra, where they teach there is no external phenomena. And also the Sandini Mochana Sutra teaches the 4 ways of searching and 4 ways of thoroughly finding things. So if you were to check the external phenomena and break them up into their parts, and when you break them apart, of course you do not have the whole. And then finally we come down to the atoms, and then its subatomic particles and so forth. And so if you have some objects which exist as objectively, then we should be able to find that thing when we do such analysis, breaking them up into the parts and try to find them. We will not be able to find them, of course. And therefore, the Chitta Matrins say that there is no external phenomena, because there is no partless particles. The different things that appear to us, which become objects of attachment or hatred, are not out there, but it is just mere manifestation of some imprint on our mind. And so because of that imprint manifesting, then we see the objects of attachment and objects of hatred and so forth. And therefore, if you think in that way, that things do not have external object, it is merely the reflection of the imprints of your mind, then it helps to overcome, to a certain degree, the attachment and hatred towards others. There are grasped as being outside of yourself. Therefore, due to grasping tightly and correctly, so in the ultimate sense, the mind cannot be real, cannot be real. Of course, when we talk about mind, we talk about a continuity. The continuity comes from the moment by moment connection between the different moments. And so, it's not without any parts. Just as in the external physical matter, you cannot find something which is partless. Likewise, in the mind, you cannot find something which is partless. So therefore, the mind by nature is like an illusion. It's on page 57, first paragraph, end of the first. So here, what is shown is that just as the external objects are like illusion, likewise the mind, which is subjective, the subject is also like an illusion. Analyze that, just like the mind, the nature of phenomena too is like an illusion. In this way, when the identity of mind is specifically examined by wisdom, in the ultimate sense, it is perceived neither within nor without. It is also not perceived in the absence of both. Neither the mind of the past, nor that of the future, nor that of the present is perceived. When the mind is born, it comes from nowhere. When it ceases, it goes nowhere. If you ask, nowhere, because it is inapprehensible, indemonstrable, and non-physical. If you ask, what is the entity of that which is inapprehensible, indemonstrable, and non-physical? The heap of jewel states, O Kashyapa, when the mind is thoroughly sought, it cannot be found. What is not found cannot be perceived, and what is not perceived is neither past, nor future, nor present. through such analysis, the beginning of the mind is ultimately not seen, the end of the mind ultimately not seen, and the middle of the mind is not ultimately not seen. All phenomena should be understood as lacking an end and a middle, just as the mind does not have an end or a middle. With the knowledge that the mind is without an end or middle, or no identity of mind is perceived. With what is thoroughly realized by the mind too is realized as being empty. By realizing that, the very identity which is established as the aspect of the mind, like the identity of physical form and so forth, is all ultimately not perceived. So everything, such as the form or the mind that is within, if you check them, they do not have any ground, they are baseless. So it seems this one shows the emptiness of emptiness. So the emptiness of non-duality of the subject and object itself is empty. So just as physical form is not examined, similarly feeling, recognition, compositional factors and consciousness are not examined. When the object does not exist, its characteristic also cannot exist, so how can they be examined? In this way, when the person does not firmly apprehend the identity of the mind. So next paragraph, those who do not meditate with wisdom by analyzing the entity of things specifically, but merely meditate on the elimination of mental activity, cannot avert conceptual thoughts and also cannot realize identitylessness because they lack the light of wisdom. So when you realize emptiness, you are free from all these elaborations of fabrication of the mind. Fabrications have been pacified. So when you focus on that identitylessness, then you are actually meditating on this non-conceptual non-conceptuality. So through familiarization of that meditation, then you will have very clear understanding, insight into the emptiness. So non-conceptuality and non-conceptual wisdom is taught in different texts, and so you have to understand non-conceptuality in this sense, not otherwise. If the fire of consciousness knowing phenomena as they are is produced from the individual analysis of suchness, then like the fire produced by rubbing the wood will burn the wood of conceptual thought. The Buddha has spoken in this way. The Cloud of Jewels Sutra says, one skilled in discerning the faults engages in the yoga of meditation on emptiness in order to get rid of all conceptual elaborations. Such a person, due to his repeated meditation on emptiness, when he thoroughly searches for the object of the identity of the object which delights and the mind and distracts it, realizes them to be empty. When that very mind is also examined, it is realized to be empty. When the identity of what is realized by the mind is thoroughly sought, this too is realized as empty. Realizing in this way, one enters into the yoga of signlessness. Next paragraph. This shows that only those who have engaged in complete analysis can enter into yoga of signlessness, and so forth. And next paragraph, thus concentration is done after the actual identity of things like physical form and so forth has been perfectly analyzed with wisdom, and not by concentrating on physical form and so forth. Concentration is also not done by abiding between this world and the world beyond, because physical forms and so forth are not perceived. It is thus called the non-abiding concentration. Such a practitioner is then called a meditator of supreme wisdom, because they specifically examining the by specifically examining the identity of all things with wisdom, he has perceived nothing. This is as stated in the Sutra of the Dialogue with Gaganj, Gagannaganj, and the Jewel in the Ground Sutra, and so forth. In this way, by entering into the suchness of the selflessness of persons and phenomena, you are free from concept and analysis because there is nothing to be thoroughly examined and observed. You are free from expression with single-pointed mental engagement, you automatically enter into meditation without exertion. Thus, you very clearly meditate on suchness and abide in it. While abiding in that meditation, the continuity of the mind should not be distracted. When the mind is distracted, the external objects due to attachment and so forth, such as distraction, should be noted. Quickly pacify the distraction by meditating on the repulsive aspect of such objects and swiftly replace the mind on suchness. If the mind appears to be disinclined to do that, reflecting on the advantages of single-pointed concentration, meditate with delight. The disinclination should be pacified by also seeing the defect of distraction. So when you are free from distraction, excitement and laxity, then you have to release your effort. Give up putting effort. So when the mind becomes dull, apply effort, and when in absorption, effort should be relaxed. When, by meditating on special insight, excessive wisdom is generated and calm abiding is weak, the mind will waver like a butter lamp in the wind, and you will not perceive suchness very clearly. Therefore, at that time, meditate on calm abiding. When calm abiding meditation becomes excessive, meditate on wisdom. When both are equally engaged, keep still, effortlessly, so long as there is no physical and mental discomfort. And then in the unifying and method and wisdom, there is given all these analogies or examples of illusion and mirage and so forth. So take rest. Again, in the same way, engage in a single-pointed concentration on the non-appearance of all phenomena. On page 67, a green book, 37, blue book. If the mind is discouraged, then similarly take rest. This is the path of engaging in a union of abiding meditation and special insight. It focuses on the image conceptually and non-conceptually. Thus, through this progress, a yogi should meditate on suchness for an hour, or half a session in the night, or one full session, or for as long as it is comfortable. This is the meditative stabilization, thoroughly discerning the ultimate as taught in the Descent into Lanka Sutra. Then, if you wish to arise from the concentration, which while your legs are still crossed, think as follows. Although ultimately all of these phenomena lack identity, conventionally they definitely exist. If this were not the case, how would the relationship between cause and effect and so forth prevail? The Buddha has also said, things are produced conventionally, but ultimately they lack intrinsic identity. Sentient beings with a childish attitude exaggerate phenomena, thinking of them as having an intrinsic identity when they lack it, thus attributing intrinsic existence to those things that lack it confuses their mind, and they wander in the cycle of existence for a long time. For these reasons, I shall endeavor without fail to achieve the omniscient state by accomplishing the unsurpassable accumulation of merit and insight in order to help them realize suchness. Then slowly arise from the cross-legged position and make prostrations to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, make them offerings and sing their praises, and make vast prayers by reciting prayer of the noble conduct and so forth. Therefore, engage in conscious efforts to actualize the accumulation of merit and insight by practicing generosity and so forth, which are endowed with the essence of emptiness and great compassion. So having cultivated or meditated on the special insight, realizing selflessness, then sometimes you need to take rest, because if you are too tired and exhausted completely, then even if you put more effort, it's more tiring rather than making any progress. Therefore, you should take rest. So in order to resume the practice again next time, you have to leave the practice for the time being. So when you are tired, you stop your practice, and then when you feel rested, and then you again resume. So therefore, in meditation, in the beginning, it is said you have to sit in meditation in short sessions, but many times. And so, in this way, when you feel tired, you stop the meditation, take rest, and then come back to meditation. And then, as you keep doing this, when you are able to continue your meditation without feeling tired, then you can prolong your session of meditation. And so, Gongtan Tempe Drame says, some people, even without concerned with food and drink, they tend to put too much effort in the beginning in meditation, but then they give up in the end because they are so tired they do not feel like doing meditation at all or study at all. In Gongtan Tempe Drame is in the context of what he says, he's talking about the students should not study too hard in the beginning, but take rest. And so, when you do your practice in the beginning, you should have the correct motivation, and then engage in the practice, and then finally dedicate whatever merit you have gained through that practice, and seal the practice, the whole thing, with the understanding of emptiness. And therefore, with the help of, when you meditate on emptiness, with the help of huge amount of merits that comes through the practice of bodhicitta, I mean, it's really effective to give rise to omniscient state of mind, Buddhahood. Sentient beings with the childish attitude, exaggerated phenomena, then slowly arise from the cross-legged position, make prostrations and so forth. If you act thus, your meditative civilization will be will actualize that emptiness and possess the best of qualities. The jewel in the Cloud Sutra states, donning the armor of loving kindness while abiding in the state of great compassion, practice meditative stabilization that actualizes the emptiness, possessing the best of all qualities. What is emptiness possessing the best of all qualities? It is that which is not divorced from generosity, from ethics, from patience, effort, meditative stabilization, wisdom, and not divorced from skillful means. Bodhisattvas must rely on virtuous practices like generosity as means to thoroughly ripen all sentient beings, and in order to perfect the place, body, and manifold retinue. If it were not so, what would be the causes of these filths, the filths of the Buddhas and so forth that the Buddhas spoke about? The omniscient wisdom, possessing the best of all qualities, can be accomplished through generosity and other skillful means. Therefore, the Buddha has said that omniscient wisdom is perfected by skillful means. Therefore, bodhisattvas should also cultivate generosity and other skillful means, and not only emptiness. The extensive collection of all qualities Sutra says, O Maitreya, bodhisattvas thoroughly accomplish the 6 perfections in order to attain the final fruit of Buddhahood. But to this, the foolish respond. Bodhisattvas should train only in the perfection of wisdom. What is the need for the rest of the perfections? They repudiate the other perfections. Maitreya, what do you think of this? When the king of Kashi offered his flesh to the hawk for the sake of a pigeon, was it a corruption of wisdom? Maitreya replied, this is not so. The Buddha said, Maitreya, bodhisattvas accumulated roots of merit through their deeds in conjunction with the 6 perfections. Are these roots of merit harmful? Maitreya replied, O Buddha, this is not so. The Buddha further spoke, Maitreya, you have also correctly practiced the perfection of generosity for 6 eons, the perfection of ethics for 6 eons, the perfection of patience for 6 eons, the perfection of enthusiastic perseverance for 60 eons. 60 eons, the perfection of meditative stabilization for 60 eons, the perfection of wisdom for 60 eons. To this the foolish respond, there is only one way to attain Buddhahood, and that is the way of emptiness. Their practice is completely mistaken. A bodhisattva possessing wisdom but not skillful means would be like the hearers who are unable to engage in the deeds of the Buddhas, but they can do so when supported by skillful means, as the heap. So the perfection of skillful means refers to these practices being complemented by the method part of the practice, and the method part of the practice in turn should be complemented by the skillful means, and therefore they should not be divorced from each other. And so Nagarjuna says, through this merit, may I be able to complete the 2 collections of merit and wisdom, by which may I be able to attain the 2 bodies of the Buddha, the form body and the Dhammakaya. So at that resultant state of Buddhahood, the body and the mind are indivisible, and therefore during the path stage, when you actually train yourself to reach that goal, these 2, the path and the method and the skillful means or wisdom should be combined. And so this is mainly taught in the in Tantra, where these 2, the skillful means and wisdom, are together, in one single entity, as one nature in Tantra. A bodhisattva possessing wisdom, but they can do so. As the heap of jewels says, Kashyapa, it is, for instance, the king who, supported by the ministers, can accomplish all their purposes. Similarly, when the wisdom of bodhisattva thoroughly supported by skillful means, such a bodhisattva also performs all the activities of a Buddha. The philosophical view of the path of the bodhisattva is different, and the philosophical path of non-Buddhists and hearers are also different. For example, since the philosophical view of the path of non-Buddhists perversely observes a truly existent self and so forth, such a path is completely and always divorced from wisdom. Therefore, they cannot attain liberation. The hearers are separated from great compassion and devoid of skillful means. Therefore, they single-mindedly endeavor to achieve nirvana. In their path, bodhisattvas enshrine wisdom and skillful means so they endeavor to achieve the non-abiding nirvana. The bodhisattva path consists of wisdom and skillful means, and therefore they attain non-abiding nirvana. Because of the power of wisdom, they attain they do not fall into the cycle of existence. Due to this, the power of skillful means, they do not fall into nirvana. The hill of Gaia's head, Sutra says, the bodhisattva's path, in short, is twofold. The 2 are skillful means and wisdom. The first among the supreme and glorious also says the perfection of the wisdom is the mother. The expertise in skillful means is the father. The Sutra of the teaching of Vimalakirti also says, what is bondage for bodhisattvas and what is liberation. Upholding a life in the cycle of existence devoid of skillful means is bondage for bodhisattvas. But to lead a life in the cycle of existence with skillful means is liberation. Upholding a life of cyclic existence devoid of wisdom is bondage for bodhisattvas. But to lead a life in cyclic existence with wisdom is liberation. Wisdom not conjoined with skillful means is bondage, but wisdom conjoined with it is skillful means. Skillful means not conjoined with wisdom is bondage, but skillful means conjoined with wisdom is liberation. If bodhisattvas cultivate mere wisdom, they fall to the nirvana desired by hearers. Thus, it is like a bondage, and they cannot achieve non-abiding nirvana. So, wisdom separated from skillful means is bondage for bodhisattvas. Therefore, just as a person chilled by the wind seeks the comfort of fire, so bodhisattvas cultivate the wisdom of emptiness along with skillful means to eliminate the wind of wrong views, but they do not endeavor to actualize it as hearers do. The 10 qualities. So, with regard to the skillful means and method not being divorced, according to Sutra, of course, in one instance of mind you cannot have both in the Sutra. When you actually cultivate or when you have the wisdom side, which is when you are focused or absorbed in emptiness, there is no factor of the method part of the practice with it. But when you come out of that absorption in emptiness, then you do the practices of generosity, morality, and so forth. Therefore, in this way, the emptiness and understanding or insight into emptiness complements this method, and then the method in turn therefore the other. But in Tantra, you have in one instance of mind both the method and wisdom. So in Sutrayana, when someone is totally absorbed in emptiness alone for a long time, the Buddhas have to said to raise them from that kind of absorption so that they can engage in the practices of giving and so forth. Whereas in the case of Tantra, even within the instance of one mind, you have both of these, both the skillful means and the wisdom and the method. And therefore it says the bodhisattvas should cultivate both. O child of good family, it is like this. For instance, a person who is thoroughly devoted to fire, who respects it and regards it as guru, will not think, because I respect, honor, and venerate fire, I should hold it in my hands. This is because he realizes that to do so would give him physical pain and cause mental discomfort. Similarly, bodhisattvas who are aware of nirvana, but also do not try to actualize it. Now, this is because bodhisattvas realize that by doing so, one would be turning away from enlightenment. If they rely merely on skillful means, bodhisattvas will not transcend the ordinary level, and thus there will only be bondage. Therefore, they cultivate skillful means along with wisdom. By the power of wisdom, bodhisattvas transform even the disturbing emotions into nectar, like a poison under a tantric spell. There is no need to express the goodness of generosity and so forth, which leads to naturally elevated states of existence. The heap of jewels states, Kashyapa, it is like this. Due to the power of a mantra and medicine, a poison may not cause death. Similarly, since disturbing emotions of bodhisattvas are under the power of wisdom, they cannot cause them downfalls. Therefore, due to the power of skillful means, bodhisattvas do not abandon the cycle of existence. They do not fall to nirvana. Due to the power of wisdom, they eliminate the object misconceived as truly existent, and therefore they do not fall into the cycle of existence. Thus, they attain non-abiding nirvana of Buddhahood alone. The Space Treasure Sutra also says, because of the knowledge of the wisdom, bodhisattvas eliminate all disturbing emotions, and due to their knowledge of skillful means, they do not abandon sentient beings. The Unraveling of Thought Sutra also says, I have not taught that someone who is that someone who is not concerned for the welfare of sentient beings and who is not inclined to realize the nature of composite phenomena will achieve unsurpassed and perfectly accomplished Buddhahood. Therefore, those interested in Buddhahood must cultivate wisdom and skillful means together. So they should not be divorced from each other. And so we have the 6 perfections, mainly it comes down to the cultivation of concentration, wisdom, and skillful means and merit. So when you do this practice of wisdom and method, for oneself alone, you can see good changes that go on in one's life. And so it goes on to say that you have good dreams where you see gods and so forth. So while you are meditating on transcendental wisdom or while you are in a deep meditative absorption, you engage in skillful means such as practicing generosity. You cannot engage, but skillful means can be cultivated along with wisdom during the preparatory and post-meditative periods. That is the way to engage in skillful wisdom and skillful means simultaneously. Moreover, this is the path of bodhisattva in which they engage in integrated practice of wisdom and skillful means. This is cultivating the transcendental path that is thoroughly imbued with great compassion, focusing on all sentient beings. And while practicing skillful means after arising from meditative absorption, you practice generosity and other skillful means without misconception, like a magician. The teaching of Akshayamati Sutra, what says, what are the bodhisattva skillful means and what wisdom is actualized. So if you do such a practice, then you make your life meaningful, this human life meaningful. When it becomes so, then from lifetime to lifetime, you are creating causes, complete causes to have goodness and happiness and meaningful life from lifetime to lifetime. So without doing something now, if you just expect something good to happen to you in the next lives, it will not happen. If you create the causes now to live a meaningful life, then you will create a good causes for good life in the next life. So sometimes people misunderstand about giving up one's life or forsaking the pleasures of this life. Renunciation is misunderstood. It doesn't mean you just don't do anything in this life. So if you dedicate yourself for the benefit of others, if you devote yourself to cultivation of altruism, then you will have comfort, calm in your mind, very happiness in your mind. And you'll never feel tired to work for the other sentient beings, as Bodhisattva Charyavatara says. And then there are all kinds of bodhisattva practices of like the armor-like effort and so forth, which for us, of course, in the beginning seemed to be something impossible, very difficult. But then when you familiarize your mind with these practices more and more, and then you will even be able to feel determined to become a sustenance for other sentient beings until the end of space, as Bodhisattva Charyavatara says. So at all times, you dedicate yourself for the benefit of others. If you can do that, then of course the beginning, the happiness also sets in for you forever. The bodhisattva's skillful means are thinking and placing mind closely on sentient beings with great compassion while meditating and engaging meditatively occupies with peace, and extreme peace is wisdom. There are many more such references. The chapter on controlling evil forces also says, furthermore, the perfect activities of bodhisattvas refers to conscious effort by the mind of wisdom and the collection of all meritorious dharma by the mind of skillful means. The mind of wisdom also leads to selflessness, the non-existence of inherently existent sentient beings and so of life, sustenance and person, and the mind of skillful means leads to thoroughly ripening all sentient beings. When you have gained direct insight into emptiness, then you have reached the path of seeing, which is referred by the Paragate in the Heart Sutra mantra. And you have gone beyond the ordinary level of sentient beings. So when you think about these things, it gives you mixed feeling of joy and sadness. And so you actually say goodbye to the ordinary level, ordinary beings, path of the ordinary beings. And you have reached what is known as the Arya path, the superior part of superior beings, and then you never feel tired of working for this welfare of sentient beings, and then you in turn call progress along the path of happiness. And so it's amazing. The extensive collection of all sutras also states, just as a magician endeavors to let his creation go, since he already knows the nature of his creation, he has no attachment to it. Similarly, the three worlds are like an illusion, which the wise Buddha knew about long before he knew the sentient beings in these worlds and had undertaken efforts to help them. It is because of the bodhisattva's practice of wisdom, skillful means that it is said in their activities they remain in the cycle of existence, but in their thought they abide in nirvana. And so in Heart Sutra, the Gate mantra, the first refers to those of the path of preparation and path of accumulation. So we are on page 91. In this way, second paragraph, in this way, by gradual practice, the mind stream is thoroughly purified. The distant Nalanda explains this. The unraveling of the Sutra 2 reads, so in the beginning of this program, the discourse, in the last days, I have talked about dependent origination, which is the reality on the ground level. So using that as your object, then you train your mind and tread on the path, and finally you achieve the result. So this mind, which is full of negativities now, which is in bondage now, will become fully liberated in the end through this kind of process of training and transformation. In the perfection vehicle, this mind is said to be naturally pure. So everything is naturally empty. So while this is naturally pure, it is also covered by the defilements. So once the defilements are overcome, then you reach enlightenment, and there you attain Svabhavakaya, or the nature body of a Buddha. And therefore you attain Dharmakaya, the wisdom truth body of a Buddha. And so the mind is at the resultant state of Dharmakaya also is empty of any inherent nature. So in the Sutrayana, it is said that at the time of an Arya being, you have a mental body which is said to have become the cause or substantial cause for the Rupakaya at the resultant stage of a Buddha. And the mind is said to go into the Dharmakaya. But in Tantra, as we will cover the day after tomorrow, from day after tomorrow, it is said that the mental body, which is impure, cannot become a substantial cause of a form body of a Buddha. So I feel this is the best reason to prove the teaching of that Tantra is being the teaching of the Buddha. So Tantric teachings are based on the subtlest clear light mind. And so the substantial cause for the form body of a Buddha, as taught in the Sutrayana, is actually not correct, because in that case, then the form body of a Buddha should come. There would be a logical fallacy that the form body should come from something which is impure, whereas it is the form body of a Buddha is a pure body. And so in the in Maitreya's Buddha's Abhisamaya Alamkara, there is this division of bodhicitta into 22 categories, beginning with the earth-like and up to like the cloud, the bodhicitta like the cloud. So the reason why we engage in practices that would lead to Buddhahood is in order to help other sentient beings. Entering the page 91, entering the ocean of omniscience, you possess impeccable jewel-like qualities to sustain sentient beings, and these fulfill your previous positive prayers. The individual then becomes the embodiment of compassion, possessing various skillful means that function spontaneously and work in various emanations in the interest of wandering beings. All wandering beings, in addition, all marvelous attributes are perfected with total elimination of all defilements and their latent potential. All Buddhas abide to help every sentient being. Through such realization, generate faith in the Buddhas, the source of all the wonderful knowledge and qualities. Everyone should endeavor to actualize these qualities. Thus, the Buddha said, the omniscient, transcendent wisdom is produced with compassion as its root, the awakening mind of bodhicitta as its cause, and perfected by skillful means. So with this, we have completed Master Kamalashila's Stages of Meditation, the second volume of Stages of Meditation. So it shows, it teaches the practice or cultivation of calm abiding and insight. So this is very useful. This text by Kamalashila is really useful. Of course, there are special ways of cultivating the calm abiding and special meditation, special insight through tantric path. But generally speaking, these two should be cultivated just as taught in this text. The wise distance themselves from jealousy and others' stains. Their thirst for knowledge is unquenchable like an ocean. They retain only what is proper through discrimination, just like swans extracting milk from water. Thus, scholars should distance themselves from divisive attitudes and bigotry. Even from a child, good words are received. Whatever merit I derive from the exposition of the middle path, this middle path I dedicate for all beings to actualize the path, middle path. The second volume of the Stages of Path by Acharya Kamalashila is completed, translated and edited in Tibetan by the Indian abbot Prajna Varma and monk Yeshide. So in the first volume of the Stages of Meditation, Kamalashila says that he wrote this text, the Stages of Meditation, at the request of the Tibetan Emperor Trisong Detsen. And so Trisong Detsen also invited Shantarakshita, who advised him to actually invite Kamalashila, and he wrote. So it seems that as Tibetans, even if we talk from patriotic point of view, with a sense of patriotism, it is really good that this text was written by, at the request of King Trisong Detsen. So Master Atisha's Lamp for the Path of Enlightenment was also requested by Changzhubu, and we consider it very auspicious. So this text by Kamalashila was written at the time when Buddhism was starting to be established on the Tibetan soil. So aren't you tired? His Holiness is asking. Ma gepa nam gejurji geba nyamba meba yang kone kondo pewa sho tamje teda denjurji nyenro tamje tomba chanju semba kana su shoba teda kunge melam drob gyurji just as Avalokiteshvara has promised to take care of the beings of the land of snows, may we have the fortune for this to be fulfilled. May through the power of the truth of the three jewels